Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Everyone awake?
Not yet.
Wow. Okay, question. Who lost their voice?
I see some hands.
Who had a lot of fun yesterday? And I mean all day.
I see a little bit more hands. Maybe we should ask the question again.
Okay. Everyone not awake yet? You say that? Okay. Who had a lot of fun yesterday all day? Yeah! So much better.
I heard a lot of good things about the party.
Yeah, it was fun. I heard there was some karaoke happening, right? And also the panel was great. You did a really good job. I think Mathieu is our star from last night. Yeah, people did a lot of... the Kicker tournament was also really awesome. People had so much fun to do that.
I had to, unfortunately, go home early. I have a small daughter, and my wife had to give a talk herself. So I had a lot of FOMO, but the FOMO was very short because I fell asleep before my daughter. But it's a good time to ask, what happened?
What happens in Berlin stays in Berlin.
Did all of you go out further? Did you enjoy the bar life? Anybody?
You don't have to answer, it's okay. Yeah, it was fun. Over to you.
So we heard quite a few questions. Can we get some t-shirts? Where are the t-shirts? This year we agreed to be part of a Berlin City program about sustainability. So we are a sustainable conference, and part of that was agreeing into not having t-shirts. We all have a lot of Angular t-shirts, so this year there's not going to be any t-shirts. I'm sorry for that, but it's the environment, and I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we have to produce things that we don't really need. And of course, it's great to have like some kind of a memory. But in the end, you have pictures, you have other humans, and you can keep those amazing memories in mind. So there will be, that was a good handover, right? There will be a community photo, actually before lunch. So it would be stunning if you would before lunch. I know you're probably hungry, stay. And we just have a really quick picture of everyone. That would be a delight. Yeah. Oh, wait, I was too fast.
It's okay, it's morning. Yeah. I want to say something which is really, really important for us. This conference is only possible with the help of our sponsors. You see the location, it's an amazing location. We have even a second stage, and this is all only possible because of our sponsors. So I would like to mention all of them, and I would ask you kindly, I know it's early in the morning, but to give a round of applause. So round of applause for E.ON. Thank you. Round of applause for Adesso. Do we have the slide with all the sponsors?
No, we don't.
No. A round of applause for Workshops.de for organizing it. Thank you, Robin. Round of applause for Kupaya. A round of applause for Cologne Intelligence. A round of applause for Google and the Angular team. And now I need a little bit help.
What?
And now I need a little bit help. Thank you.
Aw.
A round of applause for Snap Eddy. Thank you and sorry. It's gone. Let me scroll. I'm so sorry. House of Angela. Come on, guys, help me out here. One more, I know, please. It's not my fault. This is very embarrassing, and I apologize dearly to the last one, but we will give a special round of applause for the last name.
Exactly, and during that time, Mr. Looking.
Exeta. Thank you, Exeta.
So this conference would also not be possible without very, very, very special humans, the team. So please, a huge applause. They're amazing. And if you see any of them, they have like the colorful badges. Tell them they never hear the great stuff. And please go there, tell them that they're great, that they did a really good job, and just, you know, they worked for this conference for like a full year, and just makes them happy. So.
And it's very important to note that this is, they're voluntarily here, they're helping on a volunteering basis. They're not, they're here for the community to create this, so really special round of applause for everybody. Last, and very important to all of us, big round of applause for you, all of you. Thank you for being here, the audience, the community. It was so nice to talk to so many of you yesterday, and it was really a great day. Thank you.
So, yeah, we hope you enjoyed the conference, and I would say let's start with our very first speaker.
Yes.
Right? So you might have seen our very first speaker, Jens, during the day. He's the technical program manager at Google. But, something you don't know, during the night, he's actually the bodyguard of Kofi Annan. At least this is what some people think. You might ask him a question like about the story, it's a good one. So please welcome Jens, who will bust some myths about the Angular roadmap.
Thank you.
All yours.
All right, let's see if this still works. This looks good. No? There. All right. Welcome, everybody. And this is a session about myth-busting the Angular roadmap. So I thought I'll tell a little bit of a different story. We won't always talk about features, etc. But I want to tell a bit how the Angular team works. A little bit about me, because I've only been on the Angular team for the last 3 years, but I've been in Google for nearly 18 years now. And before I started in the Angular team, I started network operations in Dublin, network engineering. I worked on infrastructure for emerging markets in Africa. And then I worked for like 8 years in Google Cloud, mostly on networking and infrastructure. So you might see a little pattern there. It was all like networking infrastructure. And then 3 years ago, I decided to switch things up a bit, to change teams. And I moved to this technical program manager position for Angular. And my colleagues all were like, well, you did backend, you did networking, front-end is easy, come on, JavaScript's not really even a programming language, you'll have it in a few weeks. Well, little did I know, but 3 years later, it's okay. So, what does a technical program manager do anyway? Well, that's technical program manager's job, which might mean a lot of things, but many of us do like planning, prioritizing, working with like different stakeholders, customers, partners, etc. Also, we would write reports and send around newsletters. Like, there's many different jobs we do. I like to summarize it as, if the engineers on the team, they can do their job and they are not blocked and they don't have any headaches about anything's going on, then I probably did a quite all right job. So what I want to talk about today, want to give you kind of, as I said, an inside look on how the Angular team works, how we do releases, like in our regular rhythm, how we plan and prioritize our projects, how we decide what goes on the roadmap, and then maybe most important for you, you might want to know, like, how do I make sure that Angular goes the right direction for me? Like, how do I decide, how do I influence the roadmap a bit? How do I make sure the Angular team cares about my issue? But let's start with what I call the Angular rhythm, our regular releases. Actually, I have a clicker. This maybe might be much easier. I don't have to go back all the time. Well, if it would. OK, I do have to go back all the time. So I don't want to repeat Mark's keynote. And we heard a lot about all the great new features yesterday. But I just want to take 2 minutes, because the team did such a great work in the last 6 months. Like since May, since V20 came out, you can now play with signal forms in an experimental package. Angular Area, which is like amazing for styling your own components and getting accessibility built in. You have that in developer preview in V21. Zoneless is stable. We never thought it would actually come that quickly. This was an amazing feat. We have that MCP server, and new tools are like coming up every few weeks. All the great DevTools improvements with signal and router visualization, VTest support, so many other things. All the small features have been delivered, and all these AI integrations I didn't even talk about. Like it didn't fit on a slide, but luckily we had Mike talking about it yesterday. So how do we do that? How do we decide what goes into release, and how do we do this in like 6 months? And if you've been around with Angular, you might have noticed we do like 2 major releases a year. And the last few years, they've always been in May and in November. So, and then we do like 2 minor releases, sometimes 3, in between these major releases. So why always May and November? We might just give us a little bit more time. 6 months is pretty tight. Why not do it 7, etc.? Well, there's a few things. We have some limitations which come into play here. And the biggest one is here at the end of the year. The Americans have a big holiday, Thanksgiving at the end of November. And then comes the holiday season all over the world. So it would be pretty bad to shift the release in that time. In May, we have to take a little bit care with Google I/O. We don't want to do our release the same day as the keynote, probably. So we shift around a little bit there. But we don't want to go too far into June, because that would mean we really only have 5 months for the next release. So giving us 7 on one side, but we might regret it later. So that's why over the last few years we figured out this works best for the team. So we have these 2 minor releases. Sometimes we have 3. So this time in September we had a .3 for a security update. Sometimes we plan a 3rd minor because we have lots of features to deliver and we want people to get them without having to wait for the major version. But let's zoom in a little bit. So you might have noticed the major release comes end of November or so, and then the minor releases come pretty quickly, like 6 weeks for the first one, 12 weeks for the second one, roughly, after the major release, and then there's a big gap. So why don't we always do a 3rd minor release? Why do we keep this gap? Why do you have to wait so long? Well, while others say we shouldn't release anymore and you can't catch up, but still, like, why do we scale it like that? Well, the one thing you might not know is 4 weeks before we release a version, we have the feature freeze. So till then, we want to have all the features ready that make it into the major release, and then we start the RC period, the release candidate period. During that time, our community can test the next stable release. So when we actually come out, we're quite sure everything is working well. We might do some documentation work, some refactoring, etc. So on Wednesday, we'll release the 2nd RC for the V21. You can test it out, and please test it out. File issues. We live for our community to give us feedback during that period, because that makes the release really, really great. Now, the other thing you might not have thought about is that we only ship breaking changes in a major version. That means the way our developer infrastructure is set up, we can only land in the main tree breaking changes after the last minor has been released. And that's what we call the breaking changes window. And so we have about 10 weeks left in between, and that's actually pretty tight. So we have to land all the breaking changes we want to do in the next version during that time frame. All the PRs have to be merged during that time. So if we do a third minor planned, either that breaking change window gets even shorter, or we have to push the first two together. That's why we don't do it all that often, and it takes a lot of planning if we want to do that. So that's how we do releases. And you might have noticed I've not mentioned a single feature. That's because releases are time-based, they're not feature-based. We will release on these dates. We set these dates after a major version. We look at all our constraints with conferences, with the holidays, and think about when we will release the minor and major version, and then we stick to it. So that's why we never tell you this feature will come in version 22, because we will ship it when it's ready. So does that mean we don't actually know at all what will go into release? It's not quite true. We have to plan a little bit. We have this great developer events, and Mark and the team, they plan amazing events for all of you. So what we do is, soon after we start the minor, we do what we call a release scoping, but it's more brainstorming at that time. Everyone writes down their ideas, what they might want to put into the next version, and puts it down in a table. Very simple. Also, which state it will be in. Will it be experimental? Will it be developer preview? Will it be a stable feature? What do we think? But as I said, only a brainstorm at that point. And then every few weeks we look at it again and we update this plan. And updating mostly means toning it down, because as I said, we said anything that might land in the next release. So we might put some features at risk. We might already know it will be a bit hard to make it. Some features land early, might already be finished, so we check them off. But eventually, what always happens is we say, this project got stopped, this project won't make it by the next major for sure, we already know this, and we take them out. And we go through a few more iterations of this and come up with the final, basically, feature set for the release. And that's just before feature freeze. So because it's so important, let me state it again. The releases are time-based, they're not feature-based. And this is true until the very end. We will not pressure someone to release this feature. Quality of the feature is much more important, and the mental health of our teammates is as well much more important than having a feature in a major release. Might have to wait until the next minor. If it's a breaking change, unfortunately, it has to wait until the next major. This happens. So I talked about releases, but how do we come up with the list? How do we know what we want to prioritize for the next release? What should people work on? Well, besides this release scoping, we have also several other planning cycles. We have what we call continuous prioritization. We have quarterly planning and yearly planning. Now, that sounds like a lot, and it's partially because how Google works and that we have to do some of these things, and every team does it. But yeah, we found a quite good rhythm, and I'll show you how they all work together. So first of all, for the continuous planning, so we do that by sub-teams. So the framework team, the components team, the tooling team, they all sit together, and everyone can propose projects to be prioritized in that team. So if they have any idea, like this is something we might want to work on, they can write a short proposal and they can bring it to the table. We meet like every 1-2 weeks or whenever there's enough projects to be prioritized. And then we decide together, how important is that feature? Like, what do we think? Either it goes into the top 20 or so projects, and we stack rank in between those, and we constantly discuss, is this more important than that? So it's priority on what we think would get this over other features. If it doesn't make it into these top 20 projects, which we might tackle in the next time, we might put it in a bucket of the next 50 or so projects. And these are all still very valid requests. Unfortunately, we don't have unlimited people. And these are things we want to do, we will probably do someday, but they're not among the next few things we'll tackle. And we review this from time to time as well and look again, maybe something moves up, web changes, and some things get much more important suddenly. And then we have a bucket which we call the 500 buckets. We have a long list of projects which is like, if we had like unlimited resources, unlimited people, these are some projects we would tackle. All still valid requests, but unfortunately, like sometimes it's true, something is valid, but it's pretty niche, and we might not get to it like in the next foreseeable future, maybe never. But maybe we find that like pot of gold at some point, and we can tackle all of those. It's kind of cathartic to go to those. And then there's a few projects we say, well, they don't actually fit Angular. Like this would be increasing way too much scope. This would be something that doesn't fit Angular as a project, and we take these off the list. Now then, every quarter, we look a little bit more. We take the input from this like backlog we have of projects, and we look how much capacity do we have in the team, how are people doing on their current projects, when might they be finished roughly, and also who fits, like what knowledge do they have, what have they done before, are any of these issues on the backlog some kind of urgency, either we might want to try to finish them in time for release, try again, or we want maybe someone in Google, some team in Google needs these features and wants them by a specific time. But we also try to keep a healthy balance between delivering these like big features like signal forms, which take multiple quarters to develop, and smaller features which we can ship very quickly. So because these quality of life improvements are very important too. And then there's projects which are not tied to release, like that web code gen scorer. It's not part of an Angular release, but still a very important project. For some things, if we want to tackle like major changes, we first have to do an investigation or an experiment before we can even start working on the project. And then there's sometimes things we have to do for Google. As you know, we work on the Google code base, and there's a big Angular community there. We might have to do some migrations, etc., something to help out a team with some Angular things. So that also goes into the quarterly plan. And then once a year, we take more like a bird's eye view and look a bit further. Where do we want Angular to go? What's the future direction? A bit more strategic, like what fits Angular? What might be some longer term projects we might want to tackle? And that's when we also reach out to all our big customers. Like internally in Google, we have like big applications which use Angular. Externally, we have like an Angular in the Enterprise conference, which we do once a year, and we see what's on people's minds. So we know a little bit more on how to plan and come up with a roadmap. And this is when we update like the internal and the external roadmap. And if, in case you're wondering, they're pretty much the same, except like these few Google internal projects which you don't care about. The public and the private like internal roadmap is the same. We might also look again at team capacity. Sometimes we know we will hire someone, or someone will go on parental leave and they might not be around for a few months. So this is all we take into account when we do the yearly plan. And like probably everywhere, the yearly plan is usually wrong, at least going in the second half of the year. So we then work on that and improve it over time. So how do these all fit together? Well, I kind of mentioned it. They're all kind of intertwined. We take the input from the continuous planning for the yearly and quarterly planning and for making the release scope. But when we do the yearly plan and talk to our customers, we also make sure everything is listed on that continuous plan. So it sounds like a lot, but we don't actually have to duplicate all this work. They all feed into each other. But there's one more thing I don't want to leave out. It's not only the shiny projects which count. It's not only the features that count that go into the release. Some of the most important work our team does is actually keeping Angular running. And that includes like triaging GitHub issues, doing our wiki releases, doing security updates, doing dependency updates, working on our developer infrastructure, doing code migrations for Google, etc., etc., etc. So that's significant amount of time our team spends on this, and the people who work on this work very hard, and I want to make sure that's known that these are the real heroes who keep Angular running. Thank you. Okay, so I talked a lot about how we prioritize features, how we decide what to tackle next, but how do we even come up with the ideas? Well, I'm going to let you into a little secret. Every now and then there's a special conference room in Google, and we can go into that conference room and meet as a team, and in that room we get the very best ideas. So, well, obviously I'm just kidding. This might look a little bit like black magic, how we come up with things, but we're actually trying to take a pretty data-driven approach on how we feed the roadmap. And we look at all kinds of data we get. We have GitHub issues, and we don't only look at the issues themselves, which we triage regularly, but we also look at how many upvotes those get and how many comments those get. So please, if you feel strongly about a feature, hit that thumbs up button or leave a comment on why it's important. We also run surveys. We run a yearly developer survey that will come out soon, so keep watching Angular Dev and keep watching like our social media. You'll know when it comes out. Please fill it out. We do a similar survey internally, a bit more detailed, and that gives us really great data as well. And if, in case you wonder, like the needs of developers in Google and the needs of developers out of Google, they most of the time pretty much match up. So that's actually really helpful because we can get very quick feedback in Google. We also try to look if anyone else does surveys which might be relevant for us, State of JS, other surveys, etc. Now, when we think about a specific feature, we try to dig deeper on the requirements from the community. We do RFC, still end on the GitHub discussions. So check out the GitHub discussions area whenever there's an open RFC. Please comment and leave your ideas on what's happening. And then every now and then we do user studies. And in user studies, we collect data by talking directly to developers in detail, in sessions, have them try out APIs to get an idea how they really feel before something is ready. And then very, very important for our teams are all the personal interactions. Like at conferences here, this is where we gain so much insights on what's important to people. We have our Google Developer Expert community we regularly have calls with, we have a chat room with, and that's really important for us because they give us really insights on how Angular is used everywhere around the globe. Some of us are very active on social media, so please have discussions with us there. And as I said already, we check in regularly with our large internal customers and external Angular user base to try to keep an eye on like what's happening there. Let's talk about one specific example on which shows a little bit on how we collect data. So I think in Angular v17 we introduced a new control flow. And we did an RFC at the beginning, and we actually had a syntax like on the left. We called it a block syntax. It was inspired by Svelte. Our team loved it. It looked very ergonomic, and we thought it's a great thing. And we did an RFC. What do you think about control flow? What do you think about these APIs? What do you think about the syntax? Largely, the community really liked the new control flow. But there was a lot of discussion about syntax. And to be honest, there's always discussions about syntax. And there were a lot of alternatives proposed. And some of them, they were not really easy to implement. They had some flaws people might not have seen. But there was this one syntax which we can see on the right, which we thought, OK, this one got a lot of upgrades from the community. And at the same time, it's something which could work and we could probably implement. So Minko Getchev at that time, the first thing he did is he was like doing a Twitter poll and saying, which one do you like better? And then there's two problems. So the result was most people liked the right one. And the one thing is Twitter polls are not very scientific. The other thing is our team actually liked the left one better. And you know our team is right. So, okay, we said, okay, let's collect a little bit more data, and we made it part of our annual developer survey. Like, I think the second last question or something was like, which of these two syntaxes do you like better? And we also did a user study with an external organization that reached out to both Angular developers and web developers who don't use Angular, and we had 2 stack blitzes with implementations of the different APIs, and we try them out, and we looked, do they make any mistakes when they've seen it and they have a documentation, and then they code it. And for both the poll and the user study, the result was in about 2/1, 2-to-1, they preferred the right syntax. So, well, I guess we had to swallow our pride, and we ended up with that syntax, which you all know. And 2 years down the line, I think we're all happy with it. Nobody regrets it, so we're really happy we took the time. So, it's nice that you do all this prioritizing, but what about my issue, you might say? I have this issue, it's open on GitHub for so long, and it's not been solved. Why is that? Well, let's say it this way, it's complicated, and there might be many reasons. Maybe it's not reproducible for us. Maybe it's too niche, it just didn't make the cut. Maybe the change would be too breaking, or it's too complex to implement. So there's so many other reasons this could be. There's a really, really great talk by my colleague Jessica, and she did that for the JetBrains JS Day. And that one, luckily, is live it's on YouTube, so you can look it up. I have a QR code on my last slide. So if you have time after the conference, look up that talk. Really great talk. It goes a lot into the reasons why we might not land a change, which might be very valid. And although we'd love to be honest. So I promised you one last thing. I'll give you the top secret ways how you can influence the roadmap, how you can do everything you can to make sure that Angular goes the right direction. So let's start. First of all, do your research. So if you have an issue, or if you have something you'd like in Angular, maybe look in the documentation. Is your use case valid? Maybe search the issues. Did anyone already raise it? Talk to the community, does this make sense? Or maybe it's just you haven't thought of the obvious solution. But if there is, and nobody did open an issue, create one. And that's where it comes in. If you create an issue, please add a minimal reproduction to the issue. Minimal reproduction means don't attach your whole code base. Try to make it in a way that we can isolate this as much as possible. And if you file a feature request, don't only say, please implement X, but say why you need this, what's your use case, and why is it important? Because sometimes we see these feature requests and we're like, but why? Why would you want to do that? And it's really hard, in this case. So that really helps us. And then give us feedback. Use all the channels I mentioned. Talk to us and follow the RFCs and comment on the RFCs, fill the surveys, etc. So this is really, we read all this stuff and we analyze all this stuff to try to see what is on developer community's mind. Another really good thing you can help, you can start contributing, and Matthew is the best example for this. He started contributing 2 years ago, and now he's a part of the Angular core team, and I think he would tell you he has quite some influence about where Angular is going. So you can start small, you can improve docs, you can try to fix a small issue. Again, reach out to Matthew or the community if you have trouble with your developer setup. And last but not least, talk to us. We're here. We're here all day for the conference. And this is your opportunity. And this is where you can make sure you're heard. But also, bonus, if after everything you've done, turns out something is not implemented, please don't be mad at us. There's probably a good reason. And yeah, please accept the no. Be willing to accept the no. So thank you for your time. And it's been really great having you. And have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Jens, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I felt so much pain when I saw the points. It was like, yes, 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 yes. When you ever maintained like an open source project, thank you for telling how it works. So everyone, you will get actually 15 minutes because we're super early and you have the time to either get a coffee, whatever you like. Here we will have some topic about testing, which I will be definitely attending. And in the aula, some vibe coding. So feel free to spread and yeah, grab something to drink, get some fresh air, enjoy. And see you at 10:30. Thank you. Welcome back. I give people a second to sit down. Take your time, it's okay, don't run. I'm so excited about this one. I love testing so much, and I love your t-shirt because 100% test coverage, it's me. People hate me for that so much. So Eunice and Rainer, they will cook up something very, very special for you tonight. I'm not going to say more. So very excited to hear about component testing that feels like Playwright. Very warm welcome, you two.
Thank you. Can you hear us?
I think so, yes.
Ja.
Yes, we can
Hallo. Es freut mich, wieder hier zu sein.
start. Yeah. I'm also happy to be here. For me, it's going to be the first time, but I'm also very happy.
Is this
to
the
be
first
here.
time?
Yes. I mean, as a speaker, but I have been already attendee.
And why do you speak English, by the way?
Yeah, I was also kind of wanted to ask you why you speak German. They don't understand.
I think they can hear you with the mic.
So, okay, good. Yeah, so the way is, I'm not sure if they kind of understand exactly the way how I speak German from Austria.
Oh.
There is a different dialect. There are also some different words which we use. You are very deep in cooking.
Yeah.
Maybe just to give you an example, when it comes to dishes, if you look at this, for example,
Wow.
then we call in Austria, we would say this is a Semmer,
Okay.
together with a Frankfurter, and they say that's actually a Brötchen,
What?
which
Okay.
is a bread, I don't
not-
see a bread in it, and a Vienna or Wiener, very often,
That's-
which is
okay.
the other way around, exactly. And it continues. This is a Palatschinken,
Okay.
and they pretend that they want to call it Pfannkuchen.
Okay.
Pfannkuchen is a cake.
It's not a cake.
No, it's not. It's not. But that's the way it is. So these are the differences in German, different languages.
Okay, I'm happy that in French a croissant is a croissant and like in all over the world, so it's pretty easy. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway,
yeah,
so I don't think people are here for that. Let's introduce ourselves.
Yes.
And
So I'm
you-
Rainer.
Go ahead.
As I already said, I'm from Austria. I'm part of Angular Architects, so we're doing workshops and consulting. I'm also a member of a few open source libraries. I'm also a Google developer expert, which is also what Eunice is.
And I'm Eunice. I'm a software cook, so I try to find the ingredients and recipes to build like scalable apps with my clients through workshops and coaching and a testing video course. So I'm passionate about testing. So if you're tired of testing or struggling with testing, or if your tests are tired of you, you can reach out and you can check out my website, marmico.com. What's wrong?
There is one thing, what you said at the, before we did the introduction about the croissant.
Well, yeah?
I don't want to break it to you, but you know the croissant was invented in Vienna. It is not called croissant there. It is actually called Gipfel, and you took it and you just renamed it. This is
What is this?
This is the original croissant. Yeah, that is it's called
It's a
Gipfel.
mustache, or it's a, it's
a
Michael's mustache. There.
That's your croissant.
No, come on. It's, do you have a picture of a
Yeah,
croissant
of course,
so
yes,
that people can? This is a croissant. Who wants to eat the Gipfel thing? Nobody.
Come on. I
Three
mean,
people.
yeah, but look.
Is your family there?
No. I did some research. So I created an application because I have
a
enough time
survey,
to do this.
like
A
the
survey,
Angular team.
A real survey, yes.
Good.
It looks like this.
Okay.
There is a croissant, a Gipfel. They can choose.
Okay.
And I send it to all my friends. And this was the final outcome.
Your Austrian friends.
Yes. So 133 people, a lot of friends. And I even have friends
Yeah.
in France.
I don't
and you
believe
see what happened there.
And wait, Matthew is saying something.
No. I tried to vote croissant, but it doesn't work. I voted croissant.
Of course it
zero.
works.
There is a big bug.
No, it's not a bug.
I don't trust you. I do not trust you.
Yeah,
Only
this is-
croissant.
There's something
No.
fishy here.
He for sure voted for Gipfel because
I
there
don't-
is
I
no
don't.
bug in it.
I'm sorry, I
and
don't trust
he
you.
not just pretends that it doesn't work because he has a bad conscience or something. It works. Trust me, it works.
Do you have a test for that?
No, but I have the app ready, so we have it right.
Show me the app.
Yes. Do you want to write a test now?
Yes,
Okay, good.
but show me the app.
yes,
first,
then maybe we'll first look at the app. So that's the app.
Can I try it?
Yeah, you can try it. What kind of test do you want to write? Just asking.
I know. We could start with an end-to-end. Let's just keep it simple. We just interact with it. It's a simple app, right?
Yes,
Just
yes.
fill a question
Okay,
and then you
okay.
vote.
Yeah, so you want to do like the real users do
Yeah,
it?
because
Okay.
just to really make sure, because like the confidence level right now is pretty low.
Yeah, thank you, Mathieu.
Thank you, Mathieu. So, nationality, I'm French.
Yes, you're French.
Next, are you sure you're French? I think so. Do you really want to do this survey?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, it can just
Okay. Do you understand this is an Austrian app and you might hurt feelings of Austrians
Yeah,
with giving the
you have
wrong
to be
answer?
sensitive these days.
Yeah. How many questions do you
I
have?
don't know. It's randomized. It's random. It's completely random. I have no idea. I have no idea.
I'm not going to be able to write a test with random questions and random answers.
I get it. End-to-end testing might be a problem.
Yeah, you can't go through all the steps. It's gonna-
Yeah, we also don't have your routing system, so you really have to go through all these things because I need to make sure that you answer the questions.
Okay, got it. And
No
what if you
end-to-end
would
test.
just mount the component, like the last result component, the voting
okay.
component, and we test it?
Okay, so you would say end-to-end in this case doesn't work
Yes.
because of the navigation
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, I want to focus on the
Yeah,
component.
okay, so we would write a component test or something like this.
Yes. And
I can do that if you allow me. My
Let's do it with VTest, which is
Yes.
the official testing framework for Angular 21, right?
Yes,
right?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
really happy about that.
Good,
Good. Good.
good. So
We did nothing about it. It's the Angular team doing
Yes,
it, and we
yeah.
get the upload. I love that. Thank you.
exactly. So I have here VTest. It's a simple Angular testing how it usually works.
Yeah.
We know how this goes. By the way, I'm also using here the testing library.
Good.
So I want to really make sure that the test is as good as possible. So for me as a developer.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to say a little bit about the testing library, what it does.
Yeah,
before
so
we
the
start?
testing library is one of the ways of really interacting with your UI, with your DOM, with realistic events. Because if you trigger the events manually, you might have some bad surprises. For example, when you click on a button, actually you have a mouse enter, a mouse down event, then a click, then a mouse up, or actually it's the mouse up. Anyway, I don't even remember the order, you see? So that's why testing library has the user event thing that does that for us. This one way of doing it. And
I'm going to
thank you
visit.
for using that.
Yes, sure. So I would say test bait, create component.
Yeah.
Of course, I need to know the component, which means we are not directly navigating to the actual survey
Yes.
without answering if you are French or anything else.
Yes.
And, well, let's quickly take a look. So this is the way how it looks.
Okay.
It's very accessible. I made sure of that.
Good.
You have here the croissant and the keep full up buttons.
Okay.
Roll button. You also have to agree to the privacy policy. That's important.
Okay.
We're in Germany, there are rules.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
you can do
good,
whatever you want.
good.
Yeah. And then you have the submit vote.
Okay,
you
good.
click on it.
So 3 clicks and
yes,
then we're
and then
done.
we get to the out.
Okay.
Yes, good. So we are using user event, as
Yeah.
you said, with an await. And I would then say, I want to click on something. And since we are using here the screen,
How are you going to find the button?
by find by role.
Find by role, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're using the accessibility attributes
Yes,
we have.
yes,
So
yes.
even like if you have like a button element that turns in the future into a div that has a button role, it will just keep working. Okay,
Exactly.
that's good.
So I
So
say
you can
here
change your
button.
UI library, it's still going to work.
Exactly.
Good.
So I say button, and I name, okay,
Croissant, please. Yes, click on the croissant.
no, well, good. You know, I would never do this, but okay, because it's just you.
And
then
then
we
it's
have
a
another one.
checkbox.
It's a checkbox, yes.
I think,
yes.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, good.
There is just one checkbox, so if you're fine with it, I would just leave it like this.
Yeah,
no,
it's good,
no
it's good.
name.
It's good. There's just one component, one checkbox, so it
Yes.
makes total sense.
And then we have the last click, which is again on the button.
Yeah,
So find by row. I would again have my button.
Yes.
And this time maybe I would use the regular expression to fetch the labels and all that stuff.
And
So I
it's-
don't want to type in submit vote.
Yeah.
I would just say submit with the regular expression. That kind of also works.
good.
So under the hood, every Angular is now doing its stuff. We would expect that then the screen is also going to change, where we then also see the final outcome of the survey, which means I just have to assert things now.
Yeah, so how does the result look like? Can you go back to the...
Yeah. And of course, I mean, that's always the problem with these components.
Yeah,
I guess that's why I wanted to have the end-to-end test first.
Yeah, I want to see the component and interact with it manually, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so now we
Yeah.
can just
But the thing is, we always have to switch, and we need to find out what it actually is.
kind
The
of brute voice the selector
Yeah.
queries.
And even now the problem is I don't actually know how these things are called here, so I have to go into the source code.
Yes. How do you grab the the votes for the croissant. For
Now, I know that it's the result component.
Okay,
Of course,
good.
I need to know it. And if I open it here,
It has a label, so we can grab it by label.
yes, it's a get by label.
And you're going to grab the croissant votes, right?
Yeah, okay, good.
Thanks.
Good. So I would then have here my expect, where I would again say I'm going to await screen find by label.
Yes, label text. Yeah.
It's going to be the croissant votes.
Votes. Okay.
And I would say, because we are using here v-test,
And you have like the matchers that actually they trim the text if there are spaces and stuff, so the assertions will work
exactly,
properly.
exactly. So I can directly verify the text content that it has.
One, please. One vote. Yeah.
You're very careful.
And the keep full 0.
Okay, and
yes.
then also the keep for good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Keep.
Keep well.
I can help you with that.
Yes, good, 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 good.
Sorry.
So, and then we just run it. It's another NG test that I have to do. And if everything works, then this should now be successful, which will prove, hopefully,
That Matthew is a liar.
Exactly. Yes, I wouldn't have put it like this, but in a way.
But
But let's quickly do the counter check. I mean, the test
just
is
make sure,
working.
make it fail.
Yes. See here, 0. Rerun it again. And it's failing.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. So you
Yeah.
can talk with each other
I
if
give
you
you
want.
like 3 confettis, but I
Yes,
don't trust
wonderful.
you.
Why not?
I want to see it. I can't
Yeah.
trust it. I really want to see it in a browser. So what I would love is, I would love the Playwright. Who's using Playwright, by the way, here?
Oh, good.
Who wants to use Playwright? Who've heard about Playwright and wants to use it? Okay, good. So Playwright is this end-to-end testing framework by Microsoft, and it allows you to really control the browser through Chrome DevTools protocols and other ways in the future. But anyway, so you can really interact with the browser properly, and it has many features. And what I would like to have is that, but I don't want to navigate, as we said, and I would like to test this component only in Playwright.
Would be nice for you if you could do this, but unfortunately it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work. The Playwright team is not moving forward on the component testing story. So what if there was a tool for that? Would you use it?
What if, yeah. many what ifs.
I have it. We have it there. It's called Testronaut.
Okay.
I can show it to you.
Okay.
It's on your computer.
Maybe
you know.
I just switch the slides.
Whoa, what happens?
Helmets on?
Yeah, it's during breakfast. I
Yes.
took your computer and I installed it on it.
Aha, okay.
So let me show you.
Now let's see,
I'm just
see.
going to put my apron in case things get dirty. You know.
Yeah,
when
which
you're-
means it's now getting serious.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
okay.
what if-
I'll stand here.
Okay.
What do you want to do, actually? You still want to test my application? Is it
Stop
wrong?
being suspicious. Look, I want to test the component,
Yeah?
but with Playwright.
So let me look. This is a Playwright test, you
This
say?
is a Playwright test.
But
Okay?
it says Testronaut Angular.
Yeah, but this is the Testronaut tool. It's not wrapping Playwright. We're just using Playwright. We have a Playwright config, nothing special. But this just adds the fixtures for Testronaut. And a fixture is nothing more than these utilities that you can inject in Playwright.
Okay? So that would mean that you are writing now a Playwright test where you directly, like I did before in the component,
Yes.
and you don't have to answer all these questions.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes. So here, instead of navigating to some page, what I would do is that I would mount the votes component.
Okay. And the rest, what comes now? The interaction with the component, what is this?
The interaction, I could write my tests here. So I'm going to just run the test. I'm using, oh, sorry. It's not the right mode that I want. So here in Playwright, you have a really amazing integration with some IDEs. And you can use to show the browser
So it's really the full Playwright experience, which
the
we have
full
there.
Playwright experience.
Nothing
So
special.
all the skills that you have in Playwright,
You
can
also
use
see something, okay? Do you really think it's worth it?
Come on, stop. Let me try. So here I have my component that I'm mounting here, just displayed right to it. And now look at this. I'm trying, to select with exactly the same queries that Testing Library has. Actually, Playwright is inspired by Testing Library. And I can grab the elements. But when you're hesitating about the selectors, is it a button? Is it what, blah, blah, blah? Well, here, it's highlighted.
Okay. So it's really
Nice.
page Playwright.
And
But Eunice, that also means if you would now do certain actions, that we have the same Playwright kind of behavior in actions.
Yes.
Where Playwright is not just clicking, executing a click, it really
Yes,
tries
yes.
all these checks.
Yes, that's the cool thing. So testing library is
Nice.
simulating the events on the element, but what Playwright is doing, it has what they call actionability checks, which means that it will first make sure that the button is visible, it's enabled, and that when it clicks, it will try to click in the middle, and if there is something hiding the button, the test will fail. So this is real life.
It's waste of resources. We don't need to do this.
Why are you sabotaging this?
That's not important.
You're hiding something. So here I want to grab the croissant, okay? Not the
Yes.
keep full thing.
Yeah.
And I want to click on it, right? And the chaining here is pretty nice. And then I want to click,
The same commands actually that I've written before.
Yeah,
You're
really
repeating
similar.
yourself. Redundancy. No need for
I'm going to throw that other test.
Okay, good. Right?
And I'm going to click on the checkbox, that's what you said. And then I want to click on the, how's it called? Submit vote button. It's highlighted.
Yes,
I think
yes,
it's a good
yes,
one.
of course it's there.
Are you ready? So let's see just this and then I'll add the rest later.
It's working. We don't have to wait for it. Let's just finish it.
No, wait. What is this?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Man, our friendship is in jeopardy right now. So what's happening? It couldn't click. So it found the elements, it's visible, it's enabled, it's scrolling to try and click on it, but then it says
That's
some div there intercepts the pointer.
That's a typical
events.
flaky test. It doesn't work. You just need to run it a few times and then it will work somehow. Trust me.
Listen, what is this element? What is this thing here?
I don't know.
Huh. Keep full must always win. What is this? Oh, sorry. Go away. What?
I don't know. I didn't write this on my own. I had help. It's wipe coded.
It's vibe coded.
Yes,
so
yes,
it's not your fault.
yes.
Okay. You can, well, okay, so you blame the LLM. Good.
Good.
I'm going to just try and remove this. I can just delete it. I'm going to try to run the test again. Okay, and by the way, what does the check, oh, now it's clicked, but what does the check say here?
Nothing.
If not accepted, keep full will be taken as standard.
There are some rules. I mean, if you don't accept it, then I have to come up with a default value. I'm sorry, but this is
I can
the
call
way
this
how it
a
works.
little bias, maybe.
maybe, but
Okay, so now if I click, oh, it didn't click, so that's why. So if
Yeah.
I click here, you know what? I'm going to start all over again because I don't like typing.
yeah. The thing is, since this is now a Playwright test, we can make use of all the tools that Playwright provides.
Yes.
Maybe
So-
even a recorder.
Yeah. So here I can just put my, can just start my test. So it's stopping just here, line 6. The component is mounted. And now I can, where is it? Record at cursor. And I'm just going to click croissant. I agree. Submit vote. And then I want to make an assertion that the croissant here has,
So you can very even explicitly via the recorder tell the test what you want to assert for. It could be a value, it could be a text, it could be anything. You just need to click on it and Playwright will do the rest.
just mouse clicking.
Yeah.
And my test is here.
And unfortunately,
Let's run it.
we just tested an edge case, I would say, where the croissant has 1 vote. Yeah, now it's working.
Now
Yeah,
it's
I found the bug.
Yeah,
All right,
we made it. Good.
Good.
Well,
There are also other things which maybe we want to highlight for those of you who are not using the Playwright testing component all the time, like the UI mode. Do you
Yes.
want to quickly do this?
Yeah.
Show it, yeah? Then
I can show it.
And I can take
So,
over again. So for those of you who don't want to use VS Code, Playwright has an own UI mode where you have a lot of different functionalities when the test runs. I would also want to highlight that the UI mode shows in a way the same UI that you would also see if the test fails in the CI. So you get something like a trace viewer, and this is exactly what Younes now is showing. So he's executing the test in the UI mode, it should hopefully also work.
So this means that if you're not using an IDE and you're using Vim or anything,
Yes.
you can still use the UI mode, you know.
A notepad.
Or a
And you
notepad.
see here, you have, for example, at the top, you have the timeline, so you can hover with your mouse over it. You see when the component was created. You see also how the component behaved over the test. You can go actually into the different test steps.
See the steps, but I don't know why I can't scroll with your computer. But anyway, so
Yeah.
we can see the events here. Okay,
It's good, yeah. Yeah.
you can see the actions, and here, if I just we can see also you have like the browser console. You have you have all the traces from the network also, so you can analyze each request that was sent and stuff like
Yes,
that.
yes. And even the locator. So if something really fails in the middle of the test, you can always go to that step. You can even click in the UI on a particular DOM element. It will highlight it, and then you can interactively verify if maybe you want to use different selectors or whatever gone wrong. So very great thing, not actually for the complete ecosystem, so the complete plugins which they are providing.
Yeah, for instance, here I can see each step, and at any moment I can pick this locator and ask it what is the selector for the submit vote here, and it will show it just here, and I can copy paste that piece of code. If you're not having the whole IDE integration, for example.
Yes, yes, exactly. So you have here a list of all the common Playwright features and a little bit of a theoretical explanation how Testronaut actually works. So for us, it was very important that we don't want to try to build our own bundler or builder. We said we have Playwright, we have the Angular CLI, both know what to do or how to do things. So the Playwright is good in testing. It's an existing testing framework. We don't have to extend or change something in it. It should be the same thing. And since we are doing here component testing, the challenge is always that someone needs to be able to compile the component, also to execute all the testbed commands and all that stuff. And for that, we said we are not going the ones who want to create this kind of build process. What we will do instead, because everything is already there, we have the Angular CLI. The Angular CLI is running. And what we really just have to find out how we can kind of connect these two things together. Because you see here on the left side in Playwright, there is something which is called run in browser. That's the primitive, so to say, which is a special Playwright command. So it's again something integrated into Playwright. It's not something on top of Playwright. And run in browser is actually a command that the Testronaut is providing. And when the Playwright test then starts to run, the Testronaut will execute this run in browser and will take all the code that you have in the run in browser, of course, only that code, and would move it to the running Angular application, which means the Angular CLI will pick up the changes in the file, will recompile it, and will apply all the same things as it would have done if it would have been a normal V-test test or Jasmine Karma, whatever it is.
So
that's the basic thing.
So the cool thing is, as you mentioned, is that Playwright, they really know what they're doing in terms of controlling the browser, of providing like a good testing experience. And Angular knows what it's doing about how to build an Angular app and how to bundle things and how to create the chunks and everything. So we didn't want to wrap that or reinvent the wheel. And the idea is that, so just with our little Testronaut kind of Playwright plugin, we will just, whenever you write a Playwright test, so instead of just calling goto, you call mount. And what we do actually is that when your test is running, we analyze the file, we see what you're mounting, and we transform that mount, actually under the hood, it's actually a run-in browser, the function that Rainer described. Run-in browser is the thing that will say, this function will not run in Playwright, it will run in the browser, okay? So we have to put it in the browser. So what we will be doing is that we take that function, we analyze the imports, which is not magic, it's pretty just a file AST analysis, we're just analyzing the TypeScript code. And we're starting an Angular dev server, and in that Angular dev server, there's a folder that is generated, and we just write this in it, okay? So we just put the import there, and we create a function that has a global name, like a unique name, and we call it in Playwright with something called page.evaluate, which is like a primitive in Playwright that allows you to call whatever code you want in your web application.
Yeah.
So this is how it works.
Yeah, I can also show it quickly. I mean, the idea that we want to get through is that we are not doing very complicated stuff. We are not entering internals of any of those frameworks. We're just trying to connect with each others, and we don't really want to interfere with them.
Yeah. This means that even if, in theory, we could go through future major versions of Angular without having to touch Testronaut. So we don't have to catch up with every changes or internals or even public APIs. The only public API we're using is just testbed create component.
Yes,
You know.
or yes, in the mounts. But in running browser, we don't even use anything. It's up to the
that's
user.
true.
So what you see here is this Testronaut directory, which is actually this Angular application which is running. You see here we have our common index HTML. We also have the main test. And instead of saying bootstrap application, which we normally would do, we have here just a Testronaut bootstrapping command, which is then starting Angular here. And it is also importing from generated. And these are those kind of TypeScript files which are coming from the Playwright test. So we are really creating files for that, which means when Angular is starting to run the main TS, it will see all these import parts. It will also compile them. But the thing here is Angular is doing the compilation. Angular is doing the compilation of the vote and result screen. That is important because it has decorators, it has further dependencies, and you really want to use the Angular CLI to do this. You don't want to do this on your own.
Yeah.
That's the basic idea.
And we'll benefit from any future improvements. We'll benefit from the cache. If tomorrow the compiler is optimized, this will be optimized.
Exactly, exactly. Do you also want to say something about the Angular JSON?
Yeah, and it's also just to show you the configuration. We're not lying, right?
No, I'm not lying. What do you imply?
So we have just the build of the application. This is how the application is built. And we're just having a Testronaut configuration here that is overriding the entry point. That is the only thing that is different from your application build. Which also means that if you change some option here, like the assets or whatever, or even the styles, you will not have the problem of, oh, I forgot to add the styles to my test. You know, it's just going to work out of the box. And one other thing that we didn't mention is that given you can call the run-in browser, you can call whatever you want in the Angular app, you can, of course, call testbed configure testing module and set your own providers and set up the mocks or test doubles you want. You can also call testbed inject and inject a signal store, for example, and check the state of the signal store so you can interact with your components and then check the state of the store, or the opposite way around.
Exactly, exactly. What is also maybe important to note, we are using here the same Angular CLI that you are using for your applications. So it's not like that the build is different, it's exactly the same. It really goes with the project that you're using.
Good.
Good. Maybe there is one further thing we might want to say, or maybe you want to say.
What about VTest browser mode? So to keep it short, what we showed you right now with VTest, we were not really using all the features from VTest browser mode, which is also an interesting alternative, which is stable since VTest 4 that was released a few weeks ago. And the thing with VTest browser mode is that it also provides APIs that allow you to call Playwright and check that the components are actionable and stuff like that. But you don't get the full Playwright experience. You don't have the recorder, the matches are not exactly the same, you know, and the queries are not exactly the same. So there is a difference.
Yes. So never misunderstand that Playwright is just a testing library with a few commands. Playwright is much, much more. So we have the UI tools, the features in VS Code. And as you know, Playwright at the moment is like Angular also investing quite a lot in AI, which means all these tools which they bring out for their end-to-end testing, you can also use it for your component tests.
Yes.
And since we have 2 minutes time,
we can try it.
We can try it.
So, so one thing about Playwright, again, as you mentioned, is that I see it like an onion, like with different layers. And the core of Playwright is the Playwright driver that allows you to drive a browser. But then there's the Playwright test framework that allows you to write tests on top of this. And then there's all the ecosystem that you're mentioning. And one of the features is that there is an MCP, a Playwright MCP that is able to test, to run the tests and check the results and stuff like that. So what we can do is that we can reintroduce this honest hack.
Yes, you call it like this.
And then I can ask Okay. I can ask cursor. Is this working?
It's not your machine, right?
Nah. You can see it. You can see that. Is it the voice working?
They test the IntelliJ shortcuts, that's why it doesn't.
Yeah, that's why it's rigged. Can you please run the selected test and using the MCP Playwright test and fix the code until the test passes? Thank you. I always say.
Thank you costs you another 100.
Yeah, I know. I'm paying a lot for thank yous. Okay, so now it's running the test. It's checking the list of the tests. It's found the test. It's running it. I should allow everything. It's not my computer anyway. So.
Yeah, you can just do whatever you want.
And it's inspecting the checkbox component because it's noticed that there is something wrong there. And it's saying, beware of Reiner. How did it go? It's fixed.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, the point here is you can also use a normal AI agent, whatever you want, but this is really the additional things, features coming from Playwright. And if you have seen the latest version, Playwright now has brought out 3 agents for writing tests, for planning tests, and for healing these tests. And all, as we said, all the things which Playwright from now on will start to add to their ecosystem, you will have it directly in Testronaut. We don't have to enable it or do anything specific.
And this is the cool thing now with MCPs, because with agents, you have lots of agents use the static information you have in your repo, but using MCPs such as Playwright or other MCPs like Wallaby.js for testing, they can analyze the runtime values of your test and see, oh, okay, the value of this is 42, it should be 43. I know where this comes from. It can debug your test for you.
Yeah, right. So give it a try. It's Testronaut Dev. It's not Testronaut App. That's another one. That's a vibe coder.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, please careful about the URL. You see the logo. Thanks.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you so much.
Can we take a picture?
This is for you.
It's for me.
Thanks.
For us. Thank you.
Of course, you get one too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, want to make a picture?
Can we take a picture? Can you take a picture with you? For those who don't want to be on the picture, you can just do this.
Exactly.
So, by the way, red lanyards mean no picture.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Can you remove them then? You can.
Okay.
Can you
Just
pretend you
don't
liked
post
it? Can you pretend you're happy and you're enjoying?
Yes.
It's the karaoke.
Yeah, Mathieu is there,
and Mathieu
so-
is singing, and you know. Okay. Oh, thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jonas,
Okay. Thank you.
And again, huge step closer to self-healing code, which I really want. Thank you. So, coffee break. There's cake on that side, and I think also outside. See you back at 11:45. Thank you.
I love that you had
Who's Michael? Hi, welcome back again. Thank you so much. So, before we start the talk, housekeeping. You missed it, I know it. So, and you need it, obviously. Yes. So, there was apparently a small hiccup in this schedule. And thank you for whoever pointed that out, that the second coffee break was a tiny bit too long. I know that you love to talk and everything, so the new schedule will be not 15:30 to 16:45, but coffee break will just be half an hour, 15:30 to 4. And yes, sorry, Mark, the panel will be at 4. And we're gonna close at 5 then. So just so you know, there's that. And that was that, yes. Our next speaker, Michael. Great human being. Enjoyed all of our chats so far and also the drinks last night. It was great. So you're kind of collector, right? Because you're a GDE, Microsoft MVP, NX champion, so many other things, like you're a trainer. Don't take it away. No kidding. Trainer, you founded your own company, right? So, but yes, in the end, you're a human and an actually amazing human. It was so much fun to talk to you. And today you will tell us a little bit more how we can like support human with AI and MCP and kill legacy. So very warm welcome to Michael. Please come on stage. Have fun.
Test, 1, 2, 1, 2. Microphone is working. That is the first thing that is good. Let me do a last thing before we start here. Welcome, NGDE. Love it that I have the pleasure to be here on stage. And I have to say, I never in my whole life had a bigger clicker than this one. It's a full brick. I'm not sure if it's a brick from the Berlin Wall or whatever, but it's massive. But it's reliable, good old German technology. Like the cars. Everyone likes the German cars, right? I travel, China, here, there, like, you speak German, Germany, cars. I'm like, not German, but yeah, German language. I'm from Austria. My name is Michael, and today I will talk a little bit about how we used AI to move legacy code. Why especially this topic? Because I believe for easy things like summarize my text or create a little document for me, it's pretty helpful and it helps immediately. You don't need to have a big skill to get it working. But if you have a really, really big enterprise application, a lot of old code where I for myself sit like half a day to understand where in the code base I have to add the change, it's a little bit harder. In fact, it is very hard to get AI working over very long running tasks, interactions, and changes. So the whole talk is our own system and learnings, how we made that working. So what is the challenge? We had a company, we made a new design system for them, from scratch, greenfield. You love it because everything is perfect, everything is good. And then they were like, okay, and now use it. Refactor our code base. 240 Angular applications, very international product. It's massive. One of the, I guess, the biggest Angular app. It's not one app, multi-app setup, tralala, that I ever saw. So pretty good. And why is that pretty challenging? Because the app is too big, too many files for AI to understand it. All checks that you could use to give AI some feedback if it did a good job or not are too slow. Linting takes 45 minutes. Testing, an hour and a half. Building, you need 3 computers to build it. So it's really legacy wrappers, like very hard for yourself to understand it. AI also takes way longer to get it, and a lot of things that are outdated and are just not working as expected. So what we did is we moved in the end a time window of violation. Let me first explain that. We have a design system, you have a button, a HTML button, and then okay, instead of this HTML button, I want to have my UI component. This we call a violation because you should use the design system, but you didn't. This is what we call a violation. And normally, replacing one single button and shipping that took nearly 5 days. And it sounds wild, but it was true. It's really true. It took nearly 5 days with all QA and everything, and it's terrible. And after our refactoring, we are down to 0.26 days, and we are getting faster and faster. The original refactoring effort was estimated by really good developers to 3.5 years. That's always a little bit longer when you estimate something. I'm not sure how many of you did the time estimation and nailed it, were accurate, hands up. One hand, you pay my beer tonight, because I'd never nailed it. So tell me your secret. I want to show you what happens when you use AI in a very simple application. So I go here, I close that tab, and I say, use the design system. Here, and then I pull in a folder, for example, my profile folder, and I hit enter. And even if models are extremely advanced nowadays, right? They are really good. It will start to make its own plan. I could switch to Gemini, but it's okay. And it will run, and later on I will show that it fully fails. It will not work. It will not even have a clue how to run the tests properly. And that happens when you just tell it, do it. The bigger the app, the harder it will be for you. And if you had a success, it was most probably a demo application and 1-2 files. So after a little bit of talking, I go back and I show you how the application is failing. Good. Before I go to our solution, I need to share a little bit about theory that helped me to understand how I should use this new tool in production, in practice, to help me to make a gooder, better, faster job. My name is Michael, as I mentioned before. Michael Latke. Latke is super hard to read, write, and pronounce, so please don't even try it. Michael. Michael is good enough. I'm running Pushbase together with a crowd of excellent humans, very skilled, lovely people. And we have a couple of focus areas. We are NX partners, so we do a lot of big refactoring, CI/CD optimizations. We have a big love for web performance and architecture, and a lot of Angular, of course. Okay, the first theory topic is the context window and how to use it. So what is the context window? Oh, your phone. If you read it up, context window is the maximum amount of tokens AI can process in one single prompt. I'm like, I'm not the smartest, so I read it and I'm always like nodding because I want to look serious. And then in my head, I'm like, what is a token? So what is a token? And it's a pretty old example, but I still love it. A token is the smallest chunk AI can read. The example follows later. It's not a word. It could be a part of a word, but it's definitely not one word of your dictionary. Let me give you an example how you can understand a token. If you read the word strawberry, you will read 3 R's. And then you can ask AI, how many R's are in strawberry? And it will say 2. And then you will like, no, it's 3. And you tell it, no, it's 3. And then AI will say, yes, you're absolutely right. Or it will say, yes, let me correct that. I apologize for the mistake, as if it would feel bad, right? It is okay. There are 1 R in strawberry. So how is that possible? A token is not a word, it is the smallest unit AI can process together, like a set of characters or information together. And as strawberry consists out of 2 tokens, it looks either on the 1 token or the other token. Nowadays that works a little bit better. You also could say, hey, look at every word that I show you with a dash between every letter, then it will also work pretty good. But that is, I would say, a really nice example of what is a token and why AI makes all those funny mistakes. So what exactly is the context window now? We know what a token is. What is the context window? Context window is not only your chat. It is more. Maybe there is an exercise here? No. So when I look at the side of my chat window, I prompt their text, and that obviously is also in, but there is many other critical things. First of all, there are system prompts that are text snippets that tell or make your AI, your general one to ChatGPT, to this, to that. It frames it a little bit. It gives it a taste, a flavor. Then we have our chat message. This is really my own input. This is what I type in. How many R's are in strawberry? This is chat things. Then I have all the code, right? I can link a text file. I can say, count all the R's in this text document, for example. I can proactively link documents, or it could also happen automatically under the hood. And if you use a lot of tools, poor man's CLI calls or MCPs, they will also output data, and that is also part of your context. And altogether, that sums up to NK whatever. The context window, and every system has a maximum number that it can process. Okay. So, as a maximum always means you have limits. You cannot do whatever you want. You have to fit within your time estimation that the gentleman over there did correctly, the only one on the conference. I love it. So I send my message. Let's say it has 100 tokens, and it swallows it and does something with it, and then it sends the answer back. And as we know, AI is always on spot, crisp answers, very short, not a lot of fluff. So out of my 100 tokens, it makes 500 tokens. Because, you know, more talking is more better. This is how AI feels sometimes. And then you already have in your chat window the 100 that you sent, the 500 useless that AI sent back, and there are 600 already. So if you say like, your answer was good, but can you tell me what I really want to know, and not just random text that you produced, I would send back another 400, and that adds up. So every back and forth adds up, and the context window grows. As there is a limit, we have to do something before it maxes out, because when there is no space anymore, I have to get rid of something or do something that I don't lose too much information and still stick within that window. So what can you do, or what is happening here? It takes the first part of your conversation and it summarizes that. And it condenses the first part of your conversation to a smaller number. Then it takes the rest that was left, and then it takes my new message. And all of that now fits again in this example, 120K tokens instead of my previous too big one, 125. So this is how the summarization process works, and this is the reason why long conversations always lose track. The longer the conversation, the inaccurate it gets. You see in many tools, I can also show you in Cursor later, that they even track, good tools even track how much you have already used of your context window, because if that is full, bad things happen. I'm not sure how many of you have a TV. I don't have a TV, but I watched series when I was young, and one of them was called How I Met Your Mother. And there's the saying, nothing good happens after 4 a.m. So nothing good happens after your context window is full, equal, I would say. Good. It's a process, an automated process, and every automated process, at least every automated process I built, has some form of a loop. It's some form of predicted path that you or the AI has to walk to finally land at the destination or at the goal. And you decide between two, like simple examples, 2 loops, open loops and closed loops. Open loops is what we all have and do at the moment. It's, you start it, you give it an input, the model does something, it gives you some output, and then you as a human have to sit there and make up your mind on the output and say, okay, I like it, I don't like it, redo it or accept it, done. That works in practice because we are here, and as long as we are awake and do stuff, that's good. Closed loops, I claim that's a very theoretical thing. A closed loop would mean no human interaction ever is needed, and AI has its own way of evaluating if the goal is met or not. And why do I say it's only theoretically possible? Because if you give AI an unsolvable challenge, you can try that easily, at some point it will make it up and say, I'm done. Okay? So even if you design the perfect loop, as AI is not accurate, as AI will at some point go wild and do whatever it wants, I say closed loops is a very theoretical concept. And you have to work hard to not make AI just do random things to be done, right? Delete the test that is failing, for example. Or other stuff. That happens, and therefore I claim closed loops are kind of theoretical. We tried that, obviously, we have a little bit of human stuff in, but we were trying to understand what checks, what evaluation methods and paths should we pick that this theory of a closed loop gets more and more a reality. And there are many loop techniques out there. We picked the OODA. In this example, it's from the military, but we used it to, from military to, I believe, orientate in an unknown terrain. And we used it to tell AI orient in an unknown code base. So what it does is, you observe, you orient, you decide something, and then you act. And then you have to have a box where you can ask, did I met my goals now or not? And if there is a no, it starts again. That's the practice. I will skip that slide because limited time. And I will go to prompts, show you a little bit how we evolved our prompts from wild text JSON stuff to what we have now. Maybe before I do that, I can show you that my AI stopped working at some point, and if I open up my application, it is obviously broken. I'm not sure if I showed it at the beginning, but you saw boxes and a lot of other things, and there are no boxes left. If I would roll back, and it loads, so this is what it should look like. So proof that it was not working. Ooh. My brick is falling down. Good. Okay. What is the naive approach of making a prompt? You just write a lot of text, send it there, and it generates an output. What we did is or what many people do, and nowadays AI many times, not always, many times does on our own, it first does a little bit of more structured planning before it kicks off. Planning mode was back then a feature newly released. Now it's, I would say, default. So our step here was, hey, analyze the ticket, right? We have a goal. A goal has a definition of done. We want to hand it out to humans and to AI in the same way. So we have tickets. Tickets for humans or tickets for AIs. In the tickets, there is a definition of done, couple of technical explanations. AI should extract it and should specify the technical requirements. Then it should read my current code base. That can take longer or shorter depending on how massive your code base is. There are a couple of cool tricks you can apply to not use too many tokens for that process. And then you can create a implementation checklist, and then you can implement the component. The purple boxes at the bottom are files. We tell it, if you're done and you know your, in this case, technical requirements or you know your implementation plan, please save it in a file. Why? AI is stateless. It has no state. If you restart it, it has no clue what it did before. And that was back then questioned. Nowadays, AI on its own saves files everywhere in Markdown format to recover from like broken states or to remember what it wanted to do. So yeah, we started with that. Now I believe it is like pretty common for most tools that they do that automatically. When we are done and the AI says, I'm done, here you go, refactored component, the broken app that you saw before, we are like, nah, should we believe that? I'm not sure, better not. Never believe it. So we run a critique run. We say, you told us you're done, now we want to evaluate if this is really true. To do that, we take all the other documents that we created before, a couple of our tools that we generated to evaluate if the code is valid or not, or even we could run tests in smaller applications, run the test, see if the test is green. In big application, that will not work. And then we do this review step, and then we say, okay, our component validation result is done. We can look at it and we can say, is it really fixed or not? What makes up a good prompt for us is the different phases. First of all, you need to be very, very strict in how you divide the different blocks of text, what it should do first, what it should do next. So you have phase separations, clear boundaries, clear stages, and for every stage, clear input and output. We have explicit tags. We also have risk handling, like the critique run that I showed you, that is risk handling. Working with AI always means running in risk of shipping useless code, broken code, or other things that are not really helpful. Then we have user approval loops. We as human, we always want to really have like, first of all, we want to be the last one that says yes. No one else can confirm if code is valid than humans. And we want to be able to jump in all those different phases and steps at any point in time. We want to interrupt the flow, and then we say like, go on, and it should go on with exactly the same plan that it did before. And we believe it is very important to have some artifact, some state that you persist somewhere that survives the current AI run, and you could restart another session and picking up these artifacts and go on from where another agent or another run left. It's pretty cool. Good, then MCPs or skills is another thing that we use a lot. Actually, that was key for us to be cost efficient. Without an MCP, a CLI tool or a skill, you will run into a problem that, especially in medium to big code bases, you do a lot of file searching. If you tell AI, hey, understand the code base, it will take many different files, open them up, stream the content, look at it, try to understand it, read the same file twice or 4 times, and that is extremely wasteful. You maybe don't know that because you have small apps, but if you have a giant app and you'd say, you tell AI, please analyze the code base, and you spend like 500 euros on that one sentence, you will know it. So we have tools. We have tools that do that efficient. We have tools that can store the output, and what's for me most important, we have tools that do that fast. If AI takes 2 minutes to crawl the code base on its own, our tool gives the feedbacks in seconds, 1 to 3 seconds. And we separate tasks now. We say everything that is creative, you need to real divine creativity, that AI truly has. We use AI to do that. And for everything that we can automate, for everything that is like programmable, crawlable, indexable, we use MCPs. Because MCPs are fast, accurate, reliable. Not the MCP, but the code, the underlying code that is executed there in an MCP, in a skill, in a CLI tool. Our tool of choice is Code Pushup. Code Pushup is a code conformance tool, open source, second company that we run. And we wrote that tool because common solutions on the market did not fit enterprise requirements because they are always special, did not enable us to easily and quickly implement our own ideas and tests, and were just clunky, outdated and old. So we wrote that. You get reports. This is one very little example where you see we can have some lint rules, some lighthouse checks, we have the before and after, we have the amount of improvements, but the underlying structure here is even cooler. We have file names, lines of code, column of code, what is wrong and what should be there. So really accurate on-spot tracking of where a problem is, or where you introduce the problem, or where you solve the problem. And this line-based, very, very accurate tracking and fast tracking of it was key for our successful setup. So how does the whole thing look? We have a lot of blue boxes. The blue boxes is the stuff that normally would be small, where we use our tools for it, where we crawl our abstract syntax tree, where we figure out where the import is lying, if this is a standalone component or if this is not a standalone component, and so on and so forth. And where we can really archive and index where are all our problems. The purple stuff is where we tell AI, do your magic. Here, problem, you fix, go. And it will do things. This here problem you fix was our first prompt, very short, efficient. I don't want to spend a lot of time in typing, but it was not very accurate, so we evolved our prompting. We started with some YAML structure because, if you read papers, you realize most of them don't use really text, but other structured documents. This didn't work at all. We switched to free text. That's what we are used to. I speak also in free text. Worked better. We switched to structured markdown, better than free text. We went back to JSON, even better than structured markdown. Now, we bounce back and forth between different formats. But what works really well is you have a structured format, like JSON, YAML, whatever. And in that structured format, you have tokens in your text that are clearly not normal words. I hope I have an image later, but it looks like fake HTML text that we use. And this references another code snippet, another text snippet. And with this, you can have quite complicated explanations of what it should do in a quite organized way. And the references work really well, and the AI can pick it up. Our prompt content at the beginning was a one-shot, refactor everything thing, a lot of hallucinations, no approval process, a lot of failures. You saw the app was broken before. And then we had this multi-phase prompt, and now we have a closed multi-phase prompt. I will speed up a little bit because the time is running out. Our output at the beginning was not really more than the text. Then we stored the artifacts, which mean we had text files, JSON files, whatever. And now we have something that we call a contract. And I believe that's a pretty cool thing, very, very smart idea. And whenever I say it was a very smart idea, it was not my idea. It was the idea of my colleagues. And I will show you what my colleagues did. And before I do that, I will start this refactoring flow because it takes time. And shortcut, bam, refactor, enter. Okay, of course, you pimp your AI tool. At some point, you integrate shortcuts. Here, let me quickly show you. We have the, help me, the loop in form of a checkbox. And here down, we call one of our tools. And this is one of the outputs that I can maybe demonstrate. I see, do I have a laser? Laser. We know where it is, on what line it is. I even can tell you that it's an HTML template that is linked to a component class. And here we have the next thing, styling issues, yada, yada, yada. With line of code, with the file. And this is basically what Code Pushup does for us. And while this process is running, I go on and here I have, again, pictures. I have the process. Didn't even have to show you that, but okay. I have the MCP tools that output the line, the column, the problem, and also if the problem is severe or not, if the problem is fixable or not. We have problems. If we detect the problems, we say, this one thing, please don't even try to fix it. Take it, put it in a list, tell me later, and go on. Don't fix it. So we categorize the problems. And then a list of tools. What did the AI use to fabricate all the code changes? Give us a list. Whoop. What's happening here? Refactoring is done. Now AI should open up this app. It should surf, and then it should click around. I will quickly switch back and interrupt that. How can I close it? Boom. Let's just break it. Where is my slide? Here we go. Okay, the contract system, last thing I know, I'm already 10 seconds over time, but it will take only 10 seconds more. So the contract thing is not JSON or anything. It is a very smart way of detecting all our different problems of the code base and make like a very, very condensed snapshot of that state. And you can take that snapshot. Here you see what's in. You have metadata. We have all the publics API of our components. We know all DOM nodes. We know all styles and everything. This is very, very compact and accurate. And you could even hash it. And then you can say, give me the hash of this and that contract, compare it with the other contract, and you will immediately see a critique run if the stuff was working or not. That was it. This is my team. This is the most important stuff. Kirill is our lead there. We also have Julia, Adrian, and Simon, small Michael in the bottom, helping a little bit and is happy when they nail it. That was it. Thank you for your time and have a nice day.
Mikael, look. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
that's
Token of
very
appreciation.
good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was really good. So you have 10 minutes. Grab something to drink, take a breath, some fresh air. And yeah, see you at 9 minutes, 12:30. Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please take your seats. So after this, and I know this already, amazing talk, it's going to be so good, there will be the community photo. So please do not run away if you want to be in the picture. I know everyone will be hungry, everyone wants to get some food. It's going to be like 5 to 10 minutes. So it would be amazing if you could stay. Thank you. And now, Brigitte, so excited to have you here. Also, because also she's from Katowice. And yeah, I'm quite close, so I love it. So you are not just the cat lover, but also you share your knowledge to humans on so many channels. Yeah, okay, also sometimes to the cats, it's fine, it's fine. So you also have a YouTube channel that is called Speed Dating Angular, right? And today you will tell us how to deal with the fact that Angular will become zoneless by default, version 21, that is coming up actually in a few weeks. So really important talk to see. Very welcome. So excited.
Hello, hello. Okay, so let me start. Angular journey started long time ago with magical artifact Zone.js. Today I will take you on a voyage into uncharted water of Angular without Zone.js. So hoist the sails, let's go zoneless. But first, my name is Brigida, I'm from Poland, I'm working in Avenga. I'm also Angular JDE, but what is the most important for me, I'm NG-Kato meetup organizer. So if you want to join us in the next meetup is in December. So please scan QR code. I know that from Berlin to Katowice you had direct train. It's around 5 hours, but you know. Please, I will be thrilled if you join us. Okay, so welcome aboard. Let's start. I will show you my demo application. As you can see here, we have the captain's dashboard, of course with Ramstag, because this is the most important part, the treasure map, of course with the crew, and the logbook. So everything that our captains need. And the application is using Zone.js, and every component has default change detection strategy. Okay, let's move to our presentation. So, I hope so that all of you know that Zone.js is a library. Yeah? All of you know? Perfect. And now it's time to invite our special guest, Captain Angular.
Ahoy! It's Charlie. Hey Charlie, hello. Hello.
Oh, and our captain has the parrot, which name is Zone.js. So think about this now about Zone.js like of the parrot. She's already wants to fly away, but please stay with us a little bit. So think about it like of this captain parrot, which is screaming every time something happens on the ship. Sailors sneeze or spoons fell down. Now, parrot, it's your...
Beep.
Okay. So, Zone.js monkey patches core browser APIs like timer, events, HTTP requests, in general, any async operation. And after that, notifies Angular whenever something might have changed. Parrot.
Peekaboo. Beep.
Okay. And then Angular has to check entire application because from top to the bottom, because Angular don't know where exactly this change occurred.
Here.
Okay, but let's go to some bright side of Zone.js. and it's of course automatic change detection. I'm pretty sure that all of you has the same feeling, this magical feeling, when you write your first line of the code in Angular and so that everything is magically updated in the browser. It was so awesome. And that's why we developers could focus on our features, business logic, just write the code without thinking when I had to notify Angular to update my UI. But every treasure had its curse. And of course, here we have the performance overhead, because Zone.js notifies Angular whenever any async operation occurred. So we had a lot of unnecessary change detection cycles. Next, debugging complexity. And here I'm also pretty sure that you had this experience when you saw an error in the console in the browser and you just want to find where exactly the error occurred, where I should go to fix it. And you saw only Zone.js, 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 Zone.js. And the same probably when you start debugging in the browser and jump into the Zone.js files. It wasn't very nice. Next thing, this is library. So it has its own size, which is added to the bundle size. So that is also impact initial loading time and core web vitals. Next thing, compatibility issues. I know that Zone.js has, their own magic, but it's not updated automatically. Somebody needs to update it when new browser API occurs. And next thing, not every modern browser API can be patched effectively by Zone.js. So here is an example with async await problem. It has to be down-leveled to working correctly with Zone.js. Okay, but if you have an application with Zone.js or without it, the change detection mechanism stays the same. What changes? When and how this mechanism will be triggered.
On push.
And okay. Okay, so we have two different change detection strategy. I will start with the default one. But we have also on push. And on push strategy will help you prepare for going zoneless. But let's start with default one. Here we have our ship. Of course, we have our Zone.js parrot, our captain, and also think about it because we have some decks and the cabins, and think about the decks like of the components. Of course, our captain is standing on the main deck, so it will be our app component, the main component. And in the components, in the decks, we have also cabins. So it will be our child components. And here, downstairs, we have hole in the ship. So what's going now? It's time for parrot.
Going.
Okay, so parrot is screaming, hole in the ship, hole in the ship. What's going next? Our captain is starting his journey, and it's checking every deck, cabin by cabin, because he wants to find the hole. And okay, he finds it, but he has to be sure that everything was checked, and he will also check the last cabin. As you can see, this is not very efficient. Our captain is very tired. You can think about the ships like,
Slip.
on the small ship, it could be okay. The captain is checking everything, But in the large ships, that's not pretty efficient, and our captain is so tired.
Yeah.
That's why we have the next strategy, on push.
Push.
And it's pretty easy to turn it on, so you can go to your component decorator and just set change detection strategy to on push.
Push.
So let's move our application to on push strategy.
On push.
Okay, I will change the branch to on push 1, and let's check.
Check.
Okay, I will refresh it,
Refresh.
and it's not working.
No.
We don't have our crew members and logs, but the run level is going down. I know why. I will tell you later.
We know.
So, as you can see, we have here a problem. So I will jump to the presentation
Go big.
and explain a little bit how it works. So, we have the same ship, the same decks and cabins. And also, the hull is in the same place. But what's happening now? You can think that in real world it could be a pretty simple, well-known example. Our user is clicking the button. And in this moment, and it matters in this strategy, this component is marked as dirty. And not only this component, but also all of its ancestors. So our cabin is marked as dirty, bottom deck, and the main deck, so the main component.
Pirates on board.
Okay, what's happening next? Our captain started his journey, and now he has some path. So he's checking, of course, the main deck, next the bottom deck, and then straight to our cabin where the hull is. Sounds very nice. It's better than default change detection, but still we have a little bit overhead. Okay,
Okay.
so what now triggers marking as dirty?
Foot.
Probably you know, because we were clicking the button, that they are the DOM events, handling DOM events. Next, immutable property binding. And here, remember, if you have
Nothing.
object, remember that you have to change the reference, not only the property value. Next, we have async pipe. And that's why our RAM level was going down, because I used their async pipe. The next thing is signals. So signal value updates, and of course, mark for check.
Mark.
So let's fix our app.
Demo.
Okay. I think that, as you can see here, we have the pretty well-known example. We have our service and the method get crew members. So we get crew members from the API, and next subscribing to it and assign our members. Okay, I think that I will start with mark for check. So I have to inject change detector ref. Okay, and here I will, oh, thank you, Copilot. Let's check if now we will have the crew members. Yes, it's working. But of course that we can do it better.
Do it better. As me.
Now I think that we can use async pipe. So I will comment this part and create for us observable. Okay, this one, we need an import. Okay, it's here, and it's time for async pipe, exactly in our template. I will also use the LED variable. So here we have our observable async pipe, probably the well-known construction.
Nicht so gut.
Let's save it and check. It's working, but something happens with our theme.
Not me.
But no worries.
I'm
It's not connected with the demo. Okay. So Mark for check is working, async pipe also. So what's next? We can try to use signal.
Beep. Beep.
Okay.
No.
I will use to signal. And just comment this part. Make is loading a signal. And of course, we have to go to the template and use the braces because we want to get signal value.
Too late.
Okay, maybe I will stop it and run again. Okay, let me check here. We have everything. And now it's also working.
It's work fine.
What we can use next?
Close.
We can use HTTP resource. But this is still experimental, so just check a little, wait a little bit. But it will be also working because under the hood you have the signal value changed. Okay, let's go back to the presentation because I have one more example. The default change detection and on-push change detection. Sometimes you don't want to use on-push, so you can mix it. And in our example, this dashed line, it means that our components are in on-push change detection. And without it, they are using the default one. Okay, so what's happening now? Of course, we have the hole in the ship. Parrot is screaming, hole in the ship. Before that, our component and all its ancestors are marked as dirty because our component where the hole is or where the user is clicking the button using on-push change detection. And what's next? So our captain is checking. Okay, so first DAG is using on-push change detection, and it's not has the flag, marked as dirty. So he's going down. He's skipping these child components with the default change detection, these ones. And after that, he's going to the next DAG, to the components with default change detection. Because the components with on-push change detection, they don't have the flag marked as dirty. What next? The next DAG is using also on-push change detection without flag, so our captain is going down. And here is checking our bottom DAG and components with default change detection, and of course our component where the hole is. So please remember that if you have component which is using on-push and it has a child which is using the default change detection strategy and your component is not marked as dirty, Angular just skip it and go to the next components. Okay. Oh, yeah, and one more. And you can see which decks and cabins was visited by our captain.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, but let's move to the signals, because signals are our future, new reactivity, and so on and so on. But they also give us one more thing. We can achieve some local change detection, but we have to fulfill few conditions. First, our application needs to use on-push change detection. The second one is that we need the signal value change, but without marking components as dirty.
I'm scared.
So it could be achieved by some async task like HTTP request or observable value change, something like that. So let's go back to our ship. We have here our signal, which value change is by some async task, and what's happening now. Our consumer of our signal is marked as dirty, but the ancestor of this component, they've got a new flag. This flag informs Angular that they have a component that needs to be refreshed. So this is only the information that somewhere there is exact place where the change occurs. So our captain now know where to go, and only there we have run change detection. It's pretty awesome. But let's go to the main topic, which is zoneless. So zoneless API is stable since Angular 20.2, so it's pretty new. It's super easy to create a new project which is zoneless. Just add zoneless flag or wait for the question. If you want to migrate your existing application, you have to follow a few steps. First, in app component, just swap provide zone change detection to provide zoneless change detection. Next, in Angular JSON, remove Zone.js and Zone.js testing from the polyfills array. After that, remove all Zone.js imports and uninstall it. After that, you can check in your browser if it's still working.
Nope.
And it sounds pretty easy, but it doesn't guarantee you that your application will be working. So first, prepare. If you already adopt on-push signals, it should be pretty easy. But if not, please, just prepare and do it step by step.
Step by step.
And now, the most exciting news, that in Angular 21st, zoneless will be enabled by default. So when you will be creating a new project, it will be totally Zone.js free. Okay, let's go to the details. So what now triggers change detection in zoneless water? Probably you guessed that it will be async pop, signals value update, mark for check, bounded events, also component ref set input and HTTP resource. But what will not trigger change detection? And I think that this is only the examples, but the most common ones. So it will be HTTP request, observable, and set timeout, set interval. So let's make zoneless our application. I will switch to the zoneless branch, but first I need to revert the changes.
Room. Oh, oh.
Okay, revert. Okay. Let's move to the new zoneless branch. Okay, we are here. I will run npm install to remove zoneless and go back for a little bit to our presentation because I want to say something about the benefits. So first, the obvious one, the performance improvement. Now we don't have all of these unnecessary change detection cycles. So we are super happy. Maybe now somebody wants to adopt our Zone.js parrot. Let me know after the presentation, because our parrot will be very, very lonely now. But next, we have, of course, the smaller bundle size, because we kick off our Parrot.
No.
Also, Core Web Vitals are very, very happy about that. Next thing, easier debugging. We don't have all of this Zone.js pollution. And the last one, which is the most important for me, we have control over reactivity. We are informing Angular when we want to update the UI. Of course, by using async pipe, signals, mark for check, and so on and so on. But we are informing Angular that we need some update. Okay, let's check our app, if it's zoneless free or no, and if it's working.
No. Variability or change.
Okay. Okay, it's refreshed. Yeah, we have the crew members, logbook, everything. So now our application is zoneless. It's using on-push change detection and, of course, the signals. But our RAM level is not going down, so something is wrong.
What?
I will open the DevTools. Oh my God, expression change after it has been checked.
Yay.
You know that error. I hate it,
I like it.
but I know why we are seeing it. So let's jump to our app. And in app-config.ts, I put here provide check no changes config. And this tool will be very important for you because it shows you when you have some binding updates which were not refreshed by zoneless change detection. So if you update something and it's not reflected on the UI, you've got an error there. So remember it. It's pretty important. Okay, but still we don't know why our RAM level is not going down. Of course, because I changed something. I want to show you that now when you use set interval, it will not trigger change detection. So I will fix it quickly by using the signal.
Quick fix.
Okay, now Copilot is very nice. Thank you, Copilot. And of course, we have to use the braces. Okay, it's ready. And let's check. Okay, we don't have errors. Our RAM level is going down. Pretty awesome. Everything is working now.
Where is my errors?
So it's time for conclusion.
Kids.
I know that all of you was or are in this place where Zone.js is in your application. And probably a lot of you realize that it's causing some performance issue, and like our captain, you change detection to on-push. And it will be pretty important when you want to go zoneless. After that, the signal era is here, and also our captain starts using signals. So I encourage you to do it. Of course, you could say, no, I don't want to. And it's, of course, then you can use the other triggers for change detection, like async pipe, mark for check, and so on and so on. And remember, before you want to go zoneless, just prepare and then remove it and be happy without Zone.js in your application. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That was so cool. Thank you. Also for you, talking of our appreciation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You will also get one.
No.
Yes.
And thank
Okay,
you
the
for
parrot
my
will get one.
captain and parrot. Please, huge applause.
That was amazing. Thank you. So, who's ready for lunch? So, you're ready for the group picture, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna try this again. Are you ready for the group picture? Better. I hate you, kinda. So, he just asked me to do a Laola wave. Actually, this is why I'm called Ola, because of a Laola wave. Really. My brother, I was born during a World Series Cup soccer, and my brother loved the Laola wave. And in Poland, this is a quite common name. So my mom, after 3 months, decided, let's call her that. So, are you ready to do a Laola wave? We start here, and then go all over there. On 3, you folks start. Are you ready? Do you need some mate, coffee, anything? More karaoke? No? Yes. Okay. Are you ready? Awesome. 1, 2, and 3. Ooh, that was beautiful. Willst du machen? Ja, klar. It was amazing. Let's do it again. Could everybody stand up if that's possible? And we do this side, other side. On 3 again. So, ready? I take the nodding. It's late. 1, 2, go! Beautiful, thank you. Thank you.
So, and now we do two community photos. So, first community photo we do today is for this awesome team that constructed the whole conference, that here for you, managing everything, that you have a good time. Please, team, Orga team, volunteers of NGDE, everybody please on stage and give a warm welcome and thanks for them. Team on stage, please. So this amazing team, like we standing up every day at 6, organizing everything that you come in a clean room, work until it's late, drink with you all the alcohol empty, so it's our job, so no, just fun. So this team really is awesome. So if you're also interested in helping next year, we're always happy for helping hands who want to organize a conference. It's cool, it's a good job, but it's hard work, just to let you know. So, one team photo with the team, and then we do our community photo together. Please again, clap for the team. Thank you. It's a wonderful conference. Perfect. So, and now, the official ritual before to become an NGDE fully team member, family member, is you have to be part of the family photo. If you don't want, it's fully okay. So it's just easy. So if you want to be on the photo, you can stand on stage or in your seating row, like in this direction. We do the photo from there. So please stand up, everybody. Now stand up. Look in this direction. People from the sides, come here. And everybody is looking. There's Silke. Silke is the awesome event manager from Hotel Oderberg. So everybody wants to be on stage, come on stage. So you can be on stage. Yeah. So, and just to let you know, people with the red badge, we will not blur you out of this one. So people of the red badge, yeah, get a little bit away from the Eon stand because it's not possible to see you on the photo.
Come to the stage.
And people who don't want to be on the photo, just don't go in the photo. If you're like in this family photo, also with the red badge, we will not blur you. Come to the left. Oh, there's so many. And you know, this is some of the pictures that you will later have on your wall in your stairway, and it's like getting a little bit old, and you're like, oh, this is my family every year again. So, everybody is in place. Silke, how is the situation going? All right. So, find a place that you don't hide any other, that you feel comfortable. And when I say spaghetti, you say you just laugh in the camera, and Silke does some photo. 1, 2, 3, spaghetti carbonara, whatever. Woo! And now, 1, you go a little bit in your knees if you can. Go down, go down, go down. I count until 3, and you throw your hands up in the air. Angie family, 1, 2, 3. Wow, you're awesome. Welcome everybody in the NGDE family event. Enjoy the food, it's awesome. Enjoy the sun, it's beautiful outside. See you after the break. Yeah, 2:15, next talk begins. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. How was lunch? I loved it. Oh God, it was so good. So good. Before we start with the next speaker, Tony announcement. Before our panel at 4, the Adesso team would love to introduce the winner of their, God, my brain is so dead, Gewinnspiel. 16 Uhr, yeah, before the panel at 4. So our next speaker is Tobias Brenner, principal expert for app development at E.ON Digital Technology. We know each other actually for a day or two, let's say it like that. I think it's over 10 years, right? Yeah. But I haven't seen each other forever. And I have this amazing fun fact about him. It's his birthday. So, surprise! Of course we did not forget that. Stay to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy. Woo! Come here. We also have a small gift for you.
And a present, thank you.
Of course, and a card.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Do you need a moment to breathe?
It's okay. Surprise, surprise. Okay.
A little bit. Okay, so again, big round of applause for Toby. And enjoy.
Yeah, so welcome all. My name is Tobias, and I'm working at the lovely company on digital technology, which is the main sponsor of this awesome conference. And thank you for being here. It was a pleasure so far. So, yeah, time is short, and before I start waffling too much about what I'm doing all day long at E.ON, you can visit me afterwards at the booth, and I'm happy to talk about you in detail what we are doing and why E.ON is a great place to be for the developers. So come by, and let's start. So why are we here? Yeah, don't be afraid. This is not a philosophical question. So you're still in the right room. I just want to give you a little bit of insight about why I have chosen this topic for today. And yeah, this is not a typical talk about microfrontends like normal. The topic is not so new, so like 5 or 7 years. Already we have tons of conferences with talks about microfrontends. Why now the next one? So it's, at least for me, the talks I've watched so far were quite high-fly and often just tell you the nice things, pretty stuff, and everything is working out. And it was pretty abstract for me at the first time. So this talk is a bit different because like normal, in our domain, the devil is in the details, and normally the problems you have by adapting patterns like microfrontend application pattern just kicks in when we scale it up and really do big stuff with it, and then the problem starts, and normally not when you just do it on a level of a to-do app, right? So recently I had the pleasure to rework a big project of E.ON. So it's a long-running thing, 7 years now up and running, and with quite a lot of code and 120 people plus working on it in a scaled Scrum approach. So yeah, and I had the pleasure to do it, do a rework from monolith to microfrontends. And then, yeah, the pain and suffering started. And because I live after the credo of sharing is caring, I want to share the gained knowledge and just, yeah, tell you what I've learned. And so perhaps you have a better time than me by doing the same thing. So I have only 30 minutes, so we have a lot to talk about. So fasten your seatbelts, let's go. So if you start with a big refactoring like that, you should have a good reason to do so, right? So this should be the first reflex then to think about, okay, is that really needed? And you should have an answer for that. So it shouldn't be just your gut feeling or a conference talk which inspired you and let's do microfrontends or whatever. That shouldn't be a reason. And our reason was to have independent and continuous deployments. So you can imagine we have a lot of teams working on this monolith. And we had to sync up our processes for the deployment. So everyone is ready to go, and then we could ship something new to the client. And so we wanted to have it more streamlined and split everything up into these microfrontends, so our teams can just take care of their regarding part of the application, and we have separate pipelines then where only the part where they are working with is tested and run and shipped. So the second thing is that we wanted to speed up the developer work as well because of the less turnaround times then, so that we can work in parallel and don't have to wait for the shipping part. And as a side effect, it's a perfect time if you introduce microfrontend in your current project. It's a perfect time to do a little bit of cleanup work as well, because I hate the term "it's a grown software," but this is a reality in a lot of code bases. And even though you have an idea about domain-driven design, if you have fluctuation in your dev team, not everyone is knowing about the rule sets and stuff, and it's more tightly coupled than you wanted it to be. And if you apply a microfrontend application pattern, you had to really look at your dependencies and who is dependent on what, and it's the perfect time to clean up and sharpen your domains. So that was our stuff we had in mind when going through the route of applying this new pattern. And before we start with the world of pain, a little bit of context for those of you who are not that familiar with this pattern. So what we had as status quo was that we had this SMEXNet, which is the project name, monolith, and we had a couple of teams, front-end teams, working on all of the code. And we had then a central pipeline which was then triggered and handle everything with the shipping to the client, right? And basically this design pattern allows you to just have multiple structures of that and have each team just working on your specific part of the cake, and just have a separate deploy pipeline to ship everything to the client. So this is basically what the pattern is all about, to have it scaled up for big team infrastructures, right? So first thing you have to do if you think about applying this pattern is how you slice your application. And the pattern itself doesn't give you some kind of hint how to do this. So it's up to you to decide how fine granular or rough you do the slicing. For us, it was quite easy to do because our application was already set up in a couple of tools with a default root pointing to a specific entry component. So we decided, okay, let's just slide it by the tools, and these are then our microfrontends. So it's kind of rough cut then, and not so fine granular. And keep that in mind that if you do it more fine granular than this, as much you put in new microfrontends, the scaling of this pattern gets worse. So you have more problems to solve if you have tons of microfrontends in your application. It gets even worse. So, and why? It's the next part. It will be covered next up. So our slices, to sum it up in more detail, is we have something like a shell. So this microfrontend application pattern, the term shell is prominent. So this is basically the frame for your application, and holding basic stuff like login, logout, context information, or whatever. But it's only for the wire up to the micro front ends, which is then the real implementation of the the base logic. So in our case, we had crew jobs, micro front-end, inventory, order, and some else. So we had 14 to 15 micro front ends already. And if you do something like that, you have normally something which is in common and shared, right? So you have a dependency to your own shared library. What is that about? So normally something like utility functions or a component library you want to share. So your look and feel is in every micro front-end the same. So you have to deal with this somehow. And now you ask, okay, it's fine to have some graph here, but how to do the interactions between the contract? How is this designed? And then if you look closer, this is not far away. So if you have the monolith first, you slide it up, generate your shell and separated tools and the shared in separate folders. And then you need some kind of framework to orchestrate the wire up and to define the contracts. And there's the first thing you have to take care about with a little bit of configuration. So we chose for our situation to pick the plugin from Webpack team because first of all, Module Federation was invented, I think, 7 years ago by Webpack. And there's also a plugin for Vite because we are not using Webpack in our project here. We are using Vite as a bundler, but there's a plugin for this as well. And the configuration is quite simple. So if you look here, it's just another Vite plugin. And you use the federation function to give it a little configuration object. You have to point out how the shell is named, and then basically it's to define the graph you have seen, so where to point to. And if you then search somehow with an import statement in the shell, with a specific import statement like at my little context / tool1 or whatever, it knows that it has to look up a specific file on a remote server. And so it has, this configuration is all about to specify where to look it up after these components you want to load on demand. And on the bottom, you see this little shared thingy. This is because the framework gives you the opportunity to have a cache in place as well, and to not load all over again your dependencies in each frame, in each slice all over again and ship it twice. And this can be used just with a string array to point to specific package names, but you can be even more fine granular and tell the framework to load a specific version of a library. And if you then see the other side for the micro front-end piece, it's just the opposite thingy. It's about what the micro front-end is exposing. So there's a little mapping from, okay, if you see an import statement with my name and then followed up with some component name, then I mean in my belly, there you will find source component, sample component, and the TS file. And this is all which is offered. So basically, this is a public API of the micro front-end. You can then, at runtime, look up. And this is basically then in the mapping file and the remote entry. On the bottom, you see as well the shared property. So this is basically the same like in the shell, and the cache orchestration. So keep in mind, even though you have pointed out that you share a common piece of code, if you don't do something against it, if you bundle it, you will as well see an Angular comment, for example, in the micro front-end dist folder. But don't be afraid, this is just a fallback. So the normal behavior is that the micro front-end, when the first time an import statement against Angular comment is done, it will look up the cache, and if it doesn't find the Angular comment like promised, it will try to download the fallback version in its belly itself. So this is why it's generated, anyways. So last thing to care about is how to handle shared stuff. So we decided not to do it as in a micro front-end itself. You can do it as well, but it has consequences, and this will be covered in my follow-up talk on our booth. So there will be a detailed talk with code examples as well, and more problems to to face and how we covered them in code, so you can follow it up afterwards. But we decided to have it as a locally linked NPM repository, and we are working with NPM Workspaces, which is not that new. For those who don't know what NPM Workspaces is about, you can specify it in your package JSON in your root, and if you have a multi-project setup and have multiple package JSONs in the same project, then you can make it official for NPM and where to find these package JSONs. They will be interpreted and the name will be read. And if you do an NPMI, it will be installed like an external package and locally linked with a symlink in your Node modules, which is really awesome. And the name then of the package really matters because you can use it as an import statement like to every other library as well. So it's not distinguishable if it's from external or your local stuff, which is for later on important because it solves one problem we had. So another thing is that you can use the root package JSON then for pinning your versions as well. So we decided to pin down every package on the dependency side and def dependencies in a root and have a local file reference on every other package JSON like this one with peer dependencies and def dependencies to the local root. So the versions are fixed for everyone. So this is by design, and it's a design decision by ourselves to just have less headaches afterwards. And yeah, with this, everything is configured, and you can say, okay, hold my beer, just a couple of configurations. I will do a micro-frontend setup, regardless how big the project is. But unfortunately, that's not real. Yeah. There are a lot of things which you will discover on the road when you do it with a big project. So the first thing that you increase definitely the complexity of the whole setup. You will have problems with the framework choice. So the first thing we did were that we have not chosen the one from Webpack team, and it was not so well maintained, had little bugs which bite us quite late in the process, and we had to go back to the other thing. Then your deployment choice has to be made. Then, yeah, shared libs has to be handled. You have lib conflicts at runtime, perhaps, because they are loaded more than once. Then you have to deal with shared state. The dev experience will suffer. So the hot reloading is really worse, and you have multiple dev servers running in preview mode, which is not fine and will blow up your CPU. And the turnaround time suffers. So tooling will be more complex. You have to keep in mind that the bundling is harder. You have to put in more guardrails to fulfill all the domain boundaries more. The bundle size will increase. The file count, you could have a file count problem, and even the initial page load time for the first draw could suffer. So all of that happened for us, and this really caused a lot of pain. So, and on the road, we had to do a lot of decisions. So the pattern is not so easy applied because you have so many gears to play around with. And I want to just share a couple of them and why we have chosen the road we then did. And first of all, before I start with this, the complexity issue, it's a general thing in Postgres, because the normal habit of us as developers, especially in the front end, is, okay, I adapt to a new thing, I have new problems to solve, then let's do an NPMI with the next tool to solve the next problem. And this is a normal habit, and we should be really cautious by just adding new tools to the set of things in our bucket. And we should have an eye on the trade-offs we have with this. So if you can handle your new problem domains by the existing tool sets, do it. So don't just add things because of convenience or even worse, laziness. So keep that in mind when you adapt a new thing and new problems occur. Try to solve it with the existing tool stack before just going to the habit and do an npmi because you can. And by doing all of that, documentation is key. So you should document why you, first of all, have chosen to go the road and apply this new pattern, and on the way, document every new lib you onboard to solve the problems and to just pin in your documentation your reasons behind of them, that when to use the new stuff and when not. So that should be in all on our minds to do, because no one else will do. And the code is not just for us, right? So first thing we really struggled with, like I already said, is the choose of the framework. I would recommend you to choose as well the default one, the Module Federation Vite. If you go with Vite, and you can take this one. This is a link to the repository. I won't let it open if you want to do a screenshot, but it's pretty obvious to find. And next thing is I want to speak about the deployment choices. Like I said, okay, you have to decide, okay, what to pick. So single server versus multi-server setup. So what does this mean? Then normally, if you try to search for the microfrontend application pattern in the internet, everyone will tell you, okay, it's normal that every microfrontend is on a different server deployed. That doesn't make sense for everyone. So and it depends for you and your setup which road to go. So what could be a good reason for either side? So in our case, we have already the monolith was deployed on a server infrastructure which was horizontally scaled with a load balancer already, and we don't have any kind of state there. We don't do server-side rendering, and so it's just file I/O to deliver our files. It's just static assets, right? It's like normal if you do a non-state app, it's just files. So we don't have a benefit by just sharding it even more and having multiple servers for the microfrontend. One reason to have it anyways is if you have a team which is internationally and with external vendors in the loop, and you have perhaps a trust issue and say, okay, this team which is from somewhere else off-road should have only access to this part of the infrastructure. This could be then a reason to use this pattern as well to have a security issue solved as well, to not offer everything for the other people and have a specific deploy endpoint for everyone. As well, the other thing is if you have state or have some FinOps topic as well. So if you want to pin down how much load a specific microfrontend with state produces, and you want to log how much this feature will cost me, that could be as well a valid point to have a multi-server setup. But in our case, like I said, it was useless, and for us, the deployment is just as that the microfrontends are in a subfolder structure beside the normal shell files. This is just fine. So next thing, how to handle shared libraries. So vendor libs especially. So the pattern itself doesn't care about that. So it's completely open. You are open to mix and mesh every framework or framework in a different version. But I can recommend you, please don't do this if you can avoid it. So it makes, in a lot of cases, no sense to let that freedom happen, because there are lots of problems you buy in with this. So first of all, if you have a crucial website where the bundle size matters and you want to have a slim application, your application won't be slim anymore. So it's a fat application then, because you have multiple frameworks to deliver. And on the chart, it's working all fine, but in the real world, if you load more than one lib in another version in your browser, not every library will work then if it's loaded multiple times. And this will increase your headache even more. And my recommendation is to pin down each lib you can to a specific version and have this as a synchronization point between teams this is then fine for me to buy less headaches. Use the root package JSON like I already told you. So this is the way to go, in my opinion. You don't need the tool for this. You can use NX Workspaces for something like that, or Learner or whatever. But like I said, if you can avoid putting a new tool in your tool set, don't. Then next thing is own libs. We use, like I said, locally linked NPM package, and with the help of NPM Workspaces. And next thing is how to handle shared state. I will recommend you that you should avoid the sharing of state across microfrontends as much as possible, or complete if you can. But when it's unavoidable, then I would recommend to use a kind of service bus in the shell and have a loosely coupled system which is working with messages. And encapsulation there is key as well. So you should then have it all of this with this state related in one place, and you know where to look for it, and all of the side effects you have in the different parts of the application. The biggest thing of my talk is about the dev experience, which suffered a lot because we had so much microfrontends, and how we solved this, because this was the real wow effect while doing all the work over. So my takeaway first was it doesn't scale well because you have so much servers running locally, the turnaround times and the CPU load is really horrible. And it's because only the shell can run in dev mode with an optimized build in memory and with a really fast code reloading. And every other server has to run in a preview mode, and this is with a bigger build process with tree shaking and everything else, and will just take time. And if you have 14 to 15 or whatever 100 microfrontends, it's really a pain in the ass. And it has massive computing load, and it doesn't automatically reload the shell. You have to customly deal with this issue that changes in some kind of microfrontend trigger a reload on the shell. But you can avoid this kind of pain with this solution I not found in the internet so far. So just think about forget that you are a microfrontend for local devs. And this is really easy doable, because imagine we had this wire up for microfrontends just by configuration of the module federation config, right, in the Vite bundler. And we have, out of the usage of NPM Workspaces, valid import statements. What runs in the background when you bundle a module federation project is that when the bundler runs and comes to an import statement which is in the configuration of the module federation, it will stop the bundling and knows, hey, this is a runtime include statement. And it will stop to put it into your bundle. And by just forgetting the configuration, and if it's a valid import statement, the normal input tree from all input statements is valid. So if you just forget in the shell that you have a microfrontend and cut out the module federation config again, and you hit bundle, then it will just do like you told him to, and everything is a monolith again. And this is really a performance boost, because then it will start up in 200 to 300 milliseconds again, instead of waiting for 15 to 20 servers to start. And if you need, for testing purposes, a local microfrontend setup again, you can do so. And I would recommend to then use a start script where you can say, okay, please start not every microfrontend, start only the one I'm working with the shell. This is easily doable as well, and then the microfrontend aspect is just a deployment artifact. So it's completely abstracted away, and you can work like ever in a monolith setup, which is great. And second solution is that you implement some kind of microfrontend wrapper component. where everything which is normally delivered by the shell component, like who I am, which rules do I have to apply, and roles and rule sets, feature flags, or whatever, can be given by parameters of this microfrontend wrapper component. And then you just spawn the base root of your microfrontend and give it the details, what's normally coming from your shell, and then start up a dev server just with this microfrontend in full screen mode, and then you're fine. So then you have all over the same experience like normal, but you limit yourself then to see only one microphone at one time. And if you have some features which needs to play around with different parts of the application, that will fail. So solution one is the way to go for me, at least. Nevertheless, if you pick solution 1 or 2, the debugging will get harder if you apply microfront ends, because the frameworks so far are used for it, and are not only played with the Module Federation from the Webpack team. The console logs are really horrible. You won't read out directly what is going wrong, and often you have a blank page without any kind of information what's going wrong, and it's really horrible. So you have really cryptic console log errors, and this is a pain in the ass. So you have to deal with this if you go that road. And to get a piece of that worked out better, it's a good thing to ensure that your domain-driven design boundaries and the boundaries of the microfrontends in this case are then some kind of guarded. And this little tool, and thank you for developing this, really helps for this, because you can have a little rule set which a kind of application can include another part of the application and which is not allowed to include another one. And this works perfectly fine with the microfrontend setup. And this is wonderful and will help you out. How we got there, in our case, from monolith to the microfrontend. We generated the new folder structure. We copied over the old monolith, and basically that was on our new shell. And then we used the reverse strangler fig pattern from Martin Fowler to cut loose everything, strip everything out to shared lib and the separate microfrontends, adjusted the pipeline, and then we are ready to go. And we had more order than cars than before, and our build pipelines were more smooth, and we could deliver to our clients independently in our microfrontends. So, that was my story about the rough ride to microfrontends from a monolith. If you have questions, I will be available at that booth, and we'll have a follow-up with a lot of code to show and how we did this in detail. And if you want to follow along, you just can contact me with this email address, and I will be happy to have a chat with you. We can do a Google Meet call as well if you want. Just reach out. I hope it was some meaningful to you, and you have had a bit of fun by watching it. Thank you a lot, and see you around.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. Also have a lovely
thank you.
award. Talking of appreciation. Okay, so 10 minutes, get some fresh air. I think everyone is super tired, and we want to be fresh for the very last talk of the conference. Welcome to the very last talk of this conference. Wow, this went by so fast, right? Thank you. So, our very last speaker, Manfred. I heard you're quite clumsy.
Yeah, I am. So if you need someone to hang a picture, please ask someone else. It will end in a disaster, I promise you.
I'm glad that you have a lot of other good qualities.
Yeah.
That's good. So you're a trainer, you're a consultant, you're a GDE and author. And you speak on conferences like on a regular basis. That's quite a lot. So, love it. So please give Manfred a very, very warm welcome. And he's going to talk a little bit about the missing link in the Angular story. So enjoy and have fun.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you. So, good afternoon. When we usually think about our source code, we think about it in terms of a script, don't we? A script like when playing theater. A script that tells us what has to happen when. And this metaphor is quite, let's call it, control flow centric, and it's also quite fine. However, if you want to succeed with reactive programming, if you want to succeed with signals, you need to switch your thinking a bit. Because in the world of signals and reactivity, it's more like a marble run. A marble run where several marbles are going through. And those marbles represent your data, your state. And the state in turn is represented by signals nowadays. And sometimes some of the marbles can be split to several marbles, and sometimes several marbles can be combined to one marble. This is what we do usually with Computed or the Resource API. At the end of this marble run, some marbles are coming out, and those marbles represent data we want to display to the user, because otherwise we did not need it. And displaying it to the user is usually done via data binding. Usually, in most frameworks, and Angular is no exception here. However, there are some exceptions sometimes. Sometimes you need to trigger a method to invoke a function in order to display something to the user. Think about displaying a toast message. Think about drawing on a canvas. This is more of an exception, and I will cover this in some minutes. The thing is, you really need to adjust with this way of thinking, with this more data flow and not control flow centric way of thinking. Without this, you will fail. Because, and here is the story, when I started with signals, my impression was, oh, they are that cute, they are getters and setters, I'm really good with calling getters and setters, it's fine. However, if you just look at signals that way, and if you stick with your traditional way of programming, you will run against walls. You will have a lot of troubles, because the API was designed in a different way, for a different paradigm. That means you will swim across the stream, and this is nothing you want to do on a regular basis. And that's why this entire metaphor with the marble run, and also this talk here, is that important for me. So the basic question I want to answer today is this here. How to switch over to a more data flow-centric design using signals and a brand new resource API. Or to put it in a shorter way, how to switch over to reactive thinking. To answer this question, I have prepared 3 things. We will get started with the so-called signal graph, which is the technical representation of our marble run. That means this marble run is for real. It lives inside your Angular application in the form of a data structure, the so-called signal graph. We will look to it a bit. Then we will look into a demo application using signals and the resource API. And finally, we will discuss the signal graph in this application so that you see the bigger picture. Before I start, let me introduce myself. I'm Manfred. I'm a trainer and consultant for Angular, and I'm helping a lot of companies with Angular in the enterprise. In this role, I'm visiting these companies, I'm doing workshops there, I'm doing consulting there, I'm doing reviews. And besides this, I'm also quite connected to the Angular community. I live in Austria, I do a lot of stuff in Germany. Since 2008, I'm here every second week. I'm traveling across the States. I'm enjoying to find out about the little differences of the German federal states, and I'm helping companies with Angular in the enterprise. Sometimes I'm also allowed to enter other countries when I promise to behave well. Most of the times this works quite well. For instance, Switzerland or Poland or the Benelux states. Okay, cool. So let's talk about the signal graph. And to motivate this topic, I want to start with a very, very simple example. I have a more complex later, but we are starting with a simple example. You know, it's like a Hitchcock movie. In the beginning, everything is easy, and then little by little, it's getting tough. But in my little example, it's about a very tasty topic. It's about cakes. Here I have a signal with an array of cake. And I have also here my selected signal pointing to one of my cakes. Here it's pointing to the cakes at index position 2. Then I have a computed signal. The good thing about computed signals is they automatically stay up to date. If one of the ingoing signals is changing, this computed signal will be automatically recomputed. It will automatically be recomputed, at least as when someone is interested into it. When no one is interested into it, then it won't be recomputed. So it really works in a lazy way. That means we can have a projection here, a view model that stays up to date for our purposes. So here we are getting out the name of the selected cake, then I'm putting it into a resource. To be more precise, I'm calling here a factory function for a resource. The resource is set up internally because I don't want to pollute my data flow here. We will look into the inner workings in a second. But the important thing here is that the selected cake goes in. In there, a resource is constructed, and every time the signal is changing, the resource is starting working. You know, like the Duracell bunny in the advertisement, it's starting working, it is fetching data from somewhere. And this data can then be represented by the value of the resource, details about my cake, or perhaps there is an error, sometimes this happens, people say, and then I'm getting back an error signal. So now, if you look at this simple example, you already see our data flow, our marble run. What you see here is we are starting with a red marble and a pink marble, and both are going into this computation. We are getting back a blue marble that is going into the resource, triggering the resource whenever it changes, and the result of this resource is represented by the value or the error. So at the end of the day, we get a light blue or a black marble, somehow hopefully displayed to the user. This is our marble run, our signal graph, and we need to think in terms of this data structure. And this signal graph is for real. Meanwhile, you can even visualize it. The Angular DevTools have a feature, it's currently in preview, but if you activate it, you see your entire graph here in this shape. For instance, here you see my cake signal, selected signal, and also my selected cake. Here it's ice cream pancakes. And then I have unnamed. So what is unnamed? Well, unnamed is my resource. The DevTools are currently in preview, and that's why they are not able of displaying a resource. Instead of the resource, they are looking to the inner workings of the resource, and there the DevTools sees some signals. I think 3 or 4 different signals. So hopefully in the future, when this is more major, we will see the entire resource fetching our data. Okay, so this flow here is for real. And now I would say, you know, Hitchcock principle, let's go on with a bit more exciting and more difficult example, which is Super Mario. Who knows Super Mario? Of course, everyone, that's great, I love you. So actually, Super Mario was one of the first games I played, and I really urged my parents to buy me this Nintendo so that I could play Super Mario. And some weeks I played it again, some weeks before, and it's really funny because I did not play this for ages, and still I know exactly where all the hidden items are, the extra lives, and which pipes I can use to go to the bonus levels in the underground. And by the way, this year it turned 30. So this really shows that we are getting old, don't we? So let's have a look into the Super Mario game. I've implemented Super Mario for JavaScript and for Angular, because why not? And here we go. So this is the first level, and I can do several things here. I can switch the level, and I can switch the theme. You have 4 themes in Super Mario, and usually a theme is directly connected to one level. But in my implementation, you can freely switch between the themes, between overworld and underground and underwater and castle. And you can play it. Look at this. So it's really a lot of fun. And yeah, it ends with death, I'm very sorry. And then we are respawned. So let's have a look at the implementation of this. So what I did to implement this in JavaScript, I borrowed a tiles map from the internet. You find a lot of resources in the internet, like here all the tiles you need for Super Mario. Super Mario when standing, Super Mario when running, Super Mario when jumping, and so on and so forth. And I also borrowed another tiles map with tiles for the levels. And here you really see a level in Super Mario is nothing else than a set of tiles arranged on your screen. And what's also nice here, we can easily switch between the themes by adding an offset. So if I add an horizontal offset, I'm landing over there in the underground theme. If I'm adding a vertical offset in addition, I'm landing there in the underwater theme and so on. So switching between themes is not that difficult here. What do we have else? Well, we have here a level description file that tells us you have level 1 and level 2. And for each level, you have another level description file. And this is really funny. My 9-year-old watched me modifying this JSON file, and it was at least as amazing for him as it was for me, because here I can define how the level looks like. Like I want to start with a floor at these coordinates, and I want to repeat the floor 55 times from the left to the right. This is what you see here. I'm starting here with the floor, and I'm repeating it 55 times from left to right. Or here I have the clouds up here in the sky, and somewhere we have a brick and a question mark. So in theory, as it is open source, someone could implement a level editor. So far, we need to deal around here with those JSON files. Yeah, lots of fun. However, another thing that is also a lot of fun is that we can modify those tile maps. It's just a PNG file. And of course, what is the first thing a developer does when they find out they can modify a tiles file? They modify it. They squeeze something other into it. And this is where I remembered that the Angular team had this discussion about the mascot. And one candidate is the helmet guy here. I just call him Helmet because it sounds like this German name. And so I squeezed in Helmet to my tiles map. Here we go. And now let's activate this tiles map. And now we have our first 8-bit Angular hero game. So, lot of fun. Awesome. So now let's come back to the idea of the signal graph. Let's talk about the signal graph in this very example. So first of all, you have a signal for everything you can see as a user, or you can modify. For instance, there is a signal style. It points to the theme you have selected. For instance, overworld, underground, you know. Then you have a play signal. It holds a Boolean, telling us whether we are playing or just looking at our different levels. Then we have a level key. It points to the level we have selected, first level, second level, and so on. And we have a canvas. Of course, we need to paint on a canvas to get Super Mario moving and so on. Then the rest of this is interconnected with resources. For instance, there is a tiles map resource that is loading this entire tiles map, you know, with bricks and coins and floors and so on. I'm doing the same with the hero map. And there is my level resource. So let me have a look. Yeah, level resource. And this level resource is connected to the level key. That means when the signal level key is changing one more time, the level resource starts working. It loads this JSON file with all the descriptions. Then I have a tiles resource. It takes the tiles map and it takes the style, and then it is extracting the right tiles I need for this style, respecting all the offsets from the left to right, from top to bottom. So this gives me a lot of little tiny images I can arrange on my canvas to construct the level in question. I'm doing one more time the same with the hero. Then, for the sake of completeness, I have a level overview resource that loads the file that is telling us you have level 1 and level 2, and you can switch freely between it. And then everything comes together. In the middle of this, we have an effect. We have an effect that is accessing all the other data, the loaded data, the derived data, and using it to paint something on a canvas. And here is the thing. Usually, you should really avoid effects. When it's possible, and now this ties back to the beginning, you should use data binding to display something to the user. However, when it comes to displaying something on a canvas, using data binding is really, really difficult, isn't it? And that's why you need to trigger a method that starts painting there, and that's why we need an effect. So while you should usually avoid effects, this here is an ideal, typical use case for an effect. To use a little metaphor, the effect is connecting your reactive world with the imperative world. The world with the data flows, with the world where we first of all look at the control flow. That means at the end of this marble run, we are sitting and waiting, and every time a marble is coming in, we are doing a little tiny script. And as mentioned before, this is usually done when you need to display something you cannot display with data binding, like toast message painting on a canvas. Okay, let's have a look at this example. In this example, I'm moving over to my level component. And here you see it is starting quite nicely. We have a lot of signals representing everything the user sees or the user can touch. Even our canvas is meanwhile represented by a signal, because the new view child that allows us to get hold of the canvas is meanwhile signal-based. Then we have some resources. For instance, here I have a method that gives me my tiles map resource. Let's have a look into it, how we construct it. Well, to construct the tiles map resource, we just need to call HTTP resource, and then we are passing in a lambda expression with some key data, like the URL of my tiles map I want to load, or whether I want to see progress information. This might be in handy when you download something that's a bit bigger, because then you want to know that I have now downloaded 10%, 20%, 30%, and so on. In this case, you can look up your progress signal to find out about the, progress. So what do we have else? If you want to load something that's binary, and yes, of course, my tiles map is binary, then you can just go with this secondary function, as I want to call it, blob. There is also an array buffer method and a text method for loading plain text. If you want to load JSON, then just call HTTP resource as a function. In this case, you can also type the result level, which means you will get back some level objects in this very case. Let's move back to the blob, because this is what works. Inside there, in the resource, we have further stuff. Next to the URL and report progress, we have all the stuff we already know from the HTTP client. We can define headers, and we can define the method get or post or put. We can define URL parameters. And every time one of the signals in there is changing, let's say you are calling a signal here, my signal is just pseudocode. Every time one of the signals in there is changing, resource starts acting like the Duracell bunny, it will load some additional data from the backend now, respecting this signal as a parameter. Quite straightforward. Yeah, so one last thing before we move on with the signal graph, the resource is only for fetching data. Even though you can define a method like put and post, even though you can define a body, a payload you want to send upwards, it's just for fetching data. The option to move over to post or put is just because we cannot foresee what kind of API we have. Sometimes the API might force us into fetching data via post, even though we all know it's not intended that way. Okay, this here is my resource that I'm constructing in getTilesMap resource. That means we have a signal here for everything the user sees. We start with our TilesMap resource in there. Then here I'm creating my tiles resource. I'm passing in my TilesMap. I'm passing in the style. You remember overworld, underground, underwater, and this gives me the tiles resource representing the little tiny tiles in the right theme. I'm doing the same with the hero. I'm loading my level overview resource. You remember the level overview resource that tells me you have level 1 and level 2. And then I'm loading my level resource. Whenever the level key is changing, the level resource will kick in and load the next JSON file. This is more or less my data flow. A lot of marbles triggering further marbles, triggering other marbles in addition. Then here we have an effect, a lazy one and a very boring one that is just initializing the canvas. The second one is interesting. The second effect is calling render. It is collecting all the data from my signals, from my resources, and whenever one of those data items is changing, the effect will automatically rerun. And the rerun of the effect will start the level when the play button was pressed, or it will just render the level when play is not true. And that's it, more or less. Nice data flow that ends up in a canvas like this. Awesome. So if you say, yeah, I like those ideas, I like how Manfred is connecting those ideas on the abstract level, on the conceptual level, and how he is breaking it down to the code level, then you find more information about all of this here. So if you like it, download the book. If you don't like it, then download it either, because perhaps I'm better with writing than with speaking. Who knows? Okay, so let me sum up. What did we see today? Well, basically, we have seen 3 things today we should keep in mind on a conceptual level. One thing is we need to think in terms of data flows, because reactive programming is more data flow centric. That's the first thing. The second thing is we should use those functions like computed or resource to build a reactive graph, to derive some data items from other data items so that we see how data is flowing down. And as a rule of thumb, when the derivation is synchronous, you go with computed. If the derivation is asynchronous, you go with the resource. Asynchronous, like fetching data from somewhere. And the third thing is, usually you want to hide the details of creating your resources in a function or in a service method, because you don't want to pollute your data flow and you want to construct it in a well-defined way, perhaps inside of your data access service when it's about fetching data. And last but not least, there is one thing I really want you to recognize, namely, think about your application in terms of a marble run. And that's it. So thanks for having me. I've already uploaded my example Super Mario and the slides to our blog. You find it here. And follow me on social media so that we can stay in contact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a token of appreciation for you.
Nice, nice.
Thank
cool.
you so much.
I like it.
You get the last one for today.
Yeah.
So, peeps, coffee. You have until 4. Back here, panel discussion. It's going to be amazing. Have fun. That's bright. Good morning. It won't change. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the very last conversation on stage that we're going to have today and at this conference. It's wild. It was so fast. Like suddenly we're done, right? Amazing. But before we start, two things. First of all, the tech team that supported us so flawlessly with video live stream, that with lights, with mics and everything. Thank you so, so much. So thank you. And secondly, there was a raffle. Thanks to Adesso. And I think you have a winner, right? You want to choose it on stage. Okay, shake it. Shake, shake, shake.
Do you want to pick? Ah. You want me?
Then you can't.
Okay.
Ta-da!
And the winner is Mark.
No, the winner is actually Walter Mauch. If you're here, we are next to the stage here. Come.
Congratulations. Come on. Grab your prize. Thank you so much. And now to our very last topic for today. Luzim, stage is very much yours.
Thank you very much. How is everybody feeling? I really enjoyed the conference. It was so beautiful to talk to so many of you. What a really beautiful energy. Round of applause, please. Thanks also to the Angular Core team for being here. So, let's get started. Last part of the day, the panel. I thought about keeping kind of my part shorter than yesterday, in the sense of that we kind of outsource all the technical questions to you, because I think these are the questions that matter. These are the questions that are most interesting to the team. I'm sorry for that. But I will give an introduction, and then I would ask you to think about questions, prepare some, and let's have a really good Q&A. 2 years ago, you announced the Angular Renaissance. Since then, a lot has happened. A lot of new features. I think if I start listing them, we're going to sit here for a while. But this year, now NGD 2025, a lot more AI features. We listed them yesterday. GenKit, Google AI Studio, Gemini Canvas, LLM Text, and Angular MCP, and there's even more. And here's what I find really, truly remarkable. Usually when there's a lot of change, there's a lot of resistance to change. But, and this is the big but, when we look at the survey data that you have published from last year, you have 90% developer satisfaction. And I think we can feel that here at NGDE, like it was really, what a beautiful energy. You have 79% of developers using the latest tools. So I think it's fair to say the Angular Renaissance is real. And now it's even AI powered. So this is where the question starts. And I think it's a few questions at once, so be prepared. And I would like to ask you, Jens, since you've been part of the Angular team since 3 years, what do you think has been kind of the key to the success for the Angular team?
Yeah, so we're very glad to have such a great and vibrant community. And that's been key to the success, to be honest. And I joined 3 years ago when we came out of the Ivy migration, like delivering Ivy and like moving everything there. And that slowed us down a bit. And then I think we had to catch up a little bit. And that's how we came to the Renaissance. And so there was the appetite for the features, there was the hunger for the features, and the willingness to try everything out and to experiment, to come along on the journey with us. And I think that really helped. The web is not finished. Like, that's what Alex keeps saying, that if we don't want movement in web frameworks, that means we think the problem of creating UIs on the web has been solved. And no, it has not been solved. There's still so many improvements, so many new things we can imagine with AI to happen. And yeah, I think that's why we all, despite it being like sometimes a little bit of a pain to upgrade, we all want to try the new things, and we all want to try the new versions, because there's a better developer experience on the things you already do, and there's new things you can do with them.
And for me, one of the things that I've seen has been the biggest success for the community, for Angular, and the renaissance and this like wave of Angular development just changing has been you and our connection to you. I feel like we've spent more time than ever listening, connecting, accepting feedback, accepting PRs, including developers in the community in our design decisions. Think about the RC process. That is a relatively new process that you all have shared your feedback in detail when you like something or when you don't like it. All of that is so valuable. And we have been, I feel at least, and you can tell me if this is wrong, I feel like we've been locked in, meaning just more connected with you than we've ever been. And having that open communication, that open dialogue has helped us to make the right choices for the community, because it's not based on only what we think, but it's also based on your needs. So I think that has a big influence on how we've gotten to where we are now.
I just want to add, I'm thrilled to see that it's not us pushing down your throat new changes. It's like you embracing the change we are suggesting, you loving it, and you asking for even more, actually.
And I asked this question with a hidden agenda. And the hidden agenda, I know you have the service coming up very soon. So what are your wishes to the community when the service is up? What do you want to know? Do you want to say something to the community to fill out the surveys, be part of the change?
So is the question, what do I want the community to, what do we want to say to the community?
I guess I want to give you an opportunity.
Oh, what do we want from the community?
Yeah.
Oh, I can tell you what we want. I can tell you 100% what we want. All right, this is what, and we want you to do what you've been doing. So here's how you can help continue the momentum, continue the story. Keep not only using Angular, but be proud of that work that you're doing. You all build incredible applications that power some of the biggest organizations in the world. That's what you all do. You do that. That's not what we do. That's what you do. So talk about the work that you're doing. Work in public where you can. I'm not saying share your company's source code. Don't get fired, right? Like, don't get fired. But share the ideas and the problems that you're able to solve with Angular, because there's a reason that you're here, right? This is a beautiful weekend in Berlin. You could be out eating and having, tea and coffee and talking and sharing ideas, but you're here because you care about this project. And you care about Angular. So talk about it. And another thing you can do, use the features and let us know what's working and what's not working. You really should believe that. I've spoken to many of you, and a few people have come to me with problems that I don't know the answer to. And I asked one very simple thing. I said, message me with the same problem so I can go back to the team and explore these ideas. If you do that and take me up on that commitment, on that offer, we are going to share that feedback. You see, so your voice still matters, so continue to talk to us, continue to communicate, continue to let us know what you need, because we're here for the people. This is what we care about. Angular as a framework doesn't work without you. You see, you are the most important part of this whole story. So continue to be a part of the community, continue to talk to us, continue to use Angular.
I've got a question for you. Where can they share this with the team?
Oh, sure. Okay, believe it or not, I actually read all the comments on YouTube, like all of them. I read all the comments, not because I'm looking for, well, I do want people to talk about how handsome I am. I do look for these comments, but they don't come as often as I like, which is fine. But I do read the comments, and I actually read the Twitter posts, and I do try to read the things when people tag us. I try to read the blogs. Quite a few of you have written books, and you've asked me to read your book, and I read your book, and I write your forwards. I am very keen to know what you're doing. So when you're talking to us online, when you're commenting on the GitHub issues, we're reading those things. So you can tag us on GitHub. You can create issues if you find something. Please do that. That is not a burden to us if you create a GitHub issue. It's not an insult, right? How could your petition for something that you need be an insult, right? So create GitHub issues. Tag us on Twitter. You can message me, and then I will answer at some point, but I will answer, okay? But we cannot debug your issues directly, so let's be a little bit mindful. But, you know, that's how you can talk to us.
I just want to add, from just the technical part, give us your feedback on GitHub issues. Tell us about your use cases. We want to know what you can't do today or what you'd like to be improved in your experience. There's one thing I love when I work on the framework is improving what we call the DX, the developer experience. Tell me about your experience. Tell me, I want to hear your frustrations and how we could help improve that.
Yeah, and last thing, we run the yearly developer survey. It will come out soon, although soon has to be defined when soon is. We're probably not going to do it over the holidays, so if you don't do it very soon, it might slip into early next year. So one or the other, it will be it. And please fill it on top of everything else. Yeah.
In a recent article, you asked the question, what might an AI-first framework look like? Describe to us what is an AI-first framework first.
Okay, I'll start on this one. In my mind, an AI-first framework, well, that's a really hard question. I don't think anybody knows the true answer, but we're trying to figure this out, which is why we had the RSC, because we want to know, well, what are you doing, right? Well, how are you working with AI? And then what are you doing? And then we can start to take ideas from there and understand how we can influence the future of Angular. Because what we would love is that the tooling that you use, the AI tooling that you use, it works for Angular. We would also love that the code generated for Angular is performant, secure, accessible, builds consistently. All these things are really important to us. And so how do we get there? So how do we design a framework, and how do we design Angular to work in such a way? So that's what we're thinking a lot about, because we're thinking about where's the industry going to be? We don't want to be playing catch up over the long run with something like this, right? We want to be thinking strategically now to meet you where you're going to be in the future of work. And we want Angular to be ready. So that's why this is so interesting to us, and why we were asking for your feedback on what are you building? How is it working? How are your integrations working with AI? What are your use cases? All this stuff is super interesting to us.
Quick addition, I want to say, we would love to make it as easy as possible for you to leverage AI to just make you more efficient. Lose less time, spend less time with the tooling, spend less time handling issues, but just be efficient at building. And if we can achieve that, then we'll be, yes, of course, an AI-first framework.
Yeah, and then even more in the future, and we, as Mike said, we don't know what this looks like, but everyone now who tries to integrate AI in their app, they build a little chat, and you can ask about something which is related to your business, but that will probably not be it in the future. So integrating an LLM into your serving flow, into your application somehow, how can we make this better for you? And like, what are the new experiences users can have that are actually delightful in some way? And like creating these delightful experiences that weren't possible before. And like lots of people are trying things out, and we will take what sticks and what is actually good for users.
I know it's hard to predict nowadays. The future is changing fast and fundamentally. But still, I need a little bit more. What do you think, what aspects of Angular might change during the next
I can tell you a little bit about one of the most interesting conversations that we're having. But before I say this, there is no commitment to a timeline. There is no commitment to a feature or an API, but I can tell you what we're thinking a lot about. So right now, as Jens mentioned, people just build a chatbot, right? And they say, okay, a little chat on the side. The chat can't really do anything. It can give you some information, but it doesn't really give you functionality, right? That's the least interesting way right now, but that's the most common thing. But what about dynamic UIs that are generated on the fly to meet a certain need? See, that's interesting. That's a really interesting problem. So what does it look like that a person could do a search for, let's say, some specific data in a dashboard, and the UI is assembled in real time based on what they asked for, not a predefined UI? See, that's interesting. So how do you do that, right? So how do you make Angular the best place to do that type of work? And how do you create the next generation of experiences where users are treated to this type of features? Because that is a non-trivial problem. So sure, you can do dynamic component where you already have it, designed, but what about the ones that are not designed, that using LLMs, it will figure out the pieces to build? For example, probably in 2 hours from now, because I'm still on US time in my brain, I'm not sure, I'm floating in space right now due to jet lag. So Devin from the Angular team is showing an example of how he's experimenting with that on today's live stream. Right? So this is a really interesting thing. And so that's when we think about future AI. So even what Jens mentioned, the work of building user interfaces is not complete. We have a whole new horizon ahead of us. And I think that we're in a very unique position as engineers right now to shape that future. Because I just talked about a UI where it's assembled based on the user query. What about a UI that adapts to a user's needs based on accessibility? So what if your UI is already, if the person's already using a large point font, a large font, what if you could detect something like that and say, oh, we're going to just magnify the whole UI on purpose with meaning, not just a zoom that could break on breakpoints, right? What about color blindness? There's so many things. There's so many interesting things that we can build now. So that's what we're thinking about is okay, what does the future of user interfaces look like? And then how do we position Angular in a way that that vision can become a reality? So really exciting conversations. We're doing a lot of thinking. Super clear, a lot of thinking. But definitely watch Devin's live stream, watch the replay, because he's going to show just an early experiment on this really cool app that he made where I don't even want to spoil it for you, it's just a really cool e-commerce app that dynamically builds all of the UI and even features routing. What does that even, what does routing mean with a dynamic UI, right? It's such an interesting problem. And I think we are all, not just Angular team, but all of us, we're the people to solve it.
I want to thank Mark for the short answer.
Yeah, I think he said it all.
I talk a lot.
But it's a good answer.
In a world with so many unknowns, as you described, how do you balance the long-term vision that you guys have with the ability to pivot quickly when the industry shifts so abruptly?
Yeah, let me take that. So my talk was a bit more the theoretical side, that what planning cycles we have. None of that is ever set in stone. And actually moving to, hey, we have to create rules files, and then we had to put some people on the web code gen scorer because we were how do we create a rule file? We don't know what's the best thing and how we get the best code out of it. That had to go very, very quickly because we saw the need. And yeah, we have to deal with it. Plan is plan, but then the plan can change and we can quickly decide what can we stop, what do we need to continue, what can we continue later, and which people can we get. So being dynamic is the key, and trying to be faster. And I think it's always good to have a plan because it gives you a stability. If nobody tells me what to do, I can follow the plan. But if there's something coming up, don't follow the plan.
In this context of NGDE 2025, I think it's going to be my last question before we move to the Q&A, because I think everybody would enjoy a long Q&A where we can go through a lot of questions. I have a lot of technical questions, but I hope you have also some. Otherwise, I jump in. And the question goes to each one of you. If there's one thing, also in the context of the conference, of the many amazing talks that we heard here, if you want developers to understand one thing about Angular's future, what is it?
That the future is bright. And I really do mean that. I'll give a very short but very honest answer. I've worked in a lot of industries over my career. I've had a 20-year career. Long before developer relations, I was a senior software engineer. I've worked in finance, I've worked in healthcare, I've worked in education. I've worked in some of the most demanding jobs that I could, environments that I think of. The group of people that I work with on the Angular team are some of the smartest, most compassionate, most thorough, most dedicated engineers I've ever worked with. This is the best job I've ever had. No, yeah, sure. That's for you all. Seriously. And me knowing that these are the people that I get to work with is why I say the future is bright, because we are not resigned to letting Angular languish. That is not our plan at all. We're bright-eyed and just motivated to see how far can we take this thing. So that's what I would want you to know about the future of Angular, that the future is quite bright.
I want to share the same feeling as I've been in tech for 12, 13 years now. I'm very fortunate to be working with so many bright people, and gives me the confidence. So there might be some uncertainty, but when you're surrounded with smart people, you say, okay, I'm confident that we'll go somewhere. And everything changes now a lot with AI. I'm just getting confident that with these people, we'll go far. Oh, yeah.
So what was really surprising for me, because I haven't been to a community conference in 3 years, but I've seen the passion in the team for Angular, and I've seen how everyone cares, and people were like, they actually we fight sometimes when it's like something we have to do for Google and something we could do for the community. Like we literally internally discussed this. Like, no, we can't let the community be behind, etc. So there's this deep passion. What I didn't realize is that this passion goes both ways, that it also comes from the community. I mean, I've seen it a little bit online, but it's so different in person that like, everyone cares where the framework goes. So that was kind of my takeaway. Maybe the only people who care more about the Angular framework than the team are all of you, the users of the framework.
Round of applause, please. So now to the Q&A part. I hope you have many questions. Who wants to start? Please.
Micro is not working. Second one.
Oh, no, yeah. Hi, I'm Vinny, by the way. I have a question. It's a little more general, but do you guys have the feeling that frameworks like React and Angular, they're like swimming in close directions? They're coming like close in some things, like when I see signals, when I see stuff. Do you guys see something in the future that actually they work together, or that we don't have frameworks anymore because we have all the stuff that we have for frameworks actually embedded in TypeScript, JavaScript, directly in browser, and then the people that are working right now in frameworks, like you guys, you are going to work like directly for TypeScript, JavaScript, for something that is like directly in the browser. Do you guys see something like this, or?
I was already asked this question today, so I can give a little bit of insights. The problem is when you launch something on what we call the platform, which is for you the JavaScript, is things go very slow to land in the platform. Like, for example, we've seen proposals to have signals, to have observable implemented in the platform. This is a work that takes usually 1 to 5 years.
Yeah.
And implementing it into a framework takes a few months. And the difference between the platform and a library or a framework is that you can introduce breaking change. having breaking change make things evolve way faster. So maybe when things settle after a large number of years, maybe you can land them in the platform. But before that, you will have them via libraries, via framework, because the iteration is way faster. And the fact that you can do breaking chains helps a lot. And there is also a movement today at the platform level to say, okay, we want to implement less to allow more flexibility into what you can do. So I think you do not want to have it into the platform itself. And for example, we see already today discussion for a JSX 2.0. So if JSX was supported by the browser, that would be a major breaking change. It would probably prevent the evolution of JSX itself. I'm talking about even if it's not something about Angular, gives you insight on why you might not want things to land into the platform.
But freedom,
yeah, but for things like signals, observables, after several years, we see that we converge on some kind of architecture that would be shared by every framework. That would be great that it can land, and we have some kind of optimization with better performance for things that are shared between the frameworks.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to add quickly. So I do think we see frameworks kind of moving in the same direction, at least in the problems that have been solved in the past. And that's good. And I think that might move us at least into a direction of better interoperability, better ecosystem where you can like mix and match and put different tools together. So this is something we are excited about. I also think there's new problems to solve, and it's great if like different teams work on trying to solve these new problems in different ways, and then we see what works out. Yeah, and then someone pivots and someone changes direction maybe.
And I want to add, diversity is very important to help us as a bigger web front-end community to understand what is the right solution. The first one might be good, but not the best. So having different possibilities, different alternatives to understand what's good, what's not, is also very important, yes.
Another question?
Hi, this is Nikos. Thanks for the panel so far. Earlier, Mark posed a question, and the question was, what's the future of user interfaces? And that made me think, we're living now in a time where we're seeing increasingly browsers, AI-powered browsers navigating the web on a user's behalf instead of the user. So you have user interfaces potentially which are not seen by users, but still are being used. So is that something that, I don't know, keeps you up at night? Do you think about that? Do you have a take on it? Does Google have a take on it?
I have a take on it. This is not representing Google or the Angular team, but this is my opinion about this. My mother-in-law does not do any online banking. None. She does not have the mobile app on her phone. What that let me know is that there is going to be a community of people who will not choose a technology choice, and we'll still have to serve those users. And she's one person, but how many hundreds of thousands or millions of people who either choose not to or are unable to, engage in that way. So I don't think that user interfaces will go away traditionally, like in total. Because think about someone with who only has access to the internet on a handset, like a smartphone, but it's not even a very powerful smartphone. Should we forsake all of those users and not build for those people? The biggest success that we have is to build for everyone. So do I think there is a world where there will be AI browsing? To some degree, yes. I think that there will be some times where it'll be fantastic, where I'm like, yo, I do not want to go and book this flight. Just book the flight for me. You already know my preferences. But then there'll be some things I'm like, no, my bank account, like, I'm not, no way. No way, right? Like my mother-in-law, like, no way. But I would say this, though. I would say this. When everybody was walking around saying that their mobile apps got hacked, she wasn't worried, right? So there's more to the story, is what I always like to tell people. Ask yourself a very important question. What don't I know? What am I not thinking of? When you're just engineering in general, always ask that question. What don't I know? So what don't we know about AI browsing? What are we missing, right? And then what are the benefits of it? So don't toss it out, but don't over-index, I guess is what I would say.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank the team for the effort, and I have a two questions. The first question is about adopting of native web API, like you already wrote the Angular animation, and we have also something like observable API. Do you in the future may drop also ASGS and also adopt more of the future from the native web API? The second question is about before AI, we optimize the website application for SEO. So the result from Google search will display our website first. And yesterday when I attended another meetup in Berlin, I saw that people is starting to buy or to use the thing from the ChatGPT search. So it means that they will ask for something like your mom, Mark, my mom, she didn't know anything about research for buying some product. And she will ask the ChatGPT about something like she will want to buy some new toy for my girl, for my daughter. And she will ask ChatGPT will return a list of the company, the result we will display for her. And how do in the future that we need to adapt the Angular, the component that so it can be sold in the result of the result from the ChatGPT or something like that?
Yeah, great question. So the question just about with the changing landscape of how people are searching for information, searching for products, people are increasingly not using traditional browser search. They're using ChatGPT search or like AI search. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. So this is really interesting for Angular. In the experiments repository of the Angular repo, there's a new example in there that's, there's a PR for an example from Jan from our team, which is showing MCP UI, right? Which is this idea that you could, from an MCP server, return the UI in your chat stream of actions that you can take. So we're actually already experimenting with that as well, because we're thinking about, well, how does Angular show up in these new spaces? The market is just evolving, and the tools are changing, and this example repository, this experiment that we're doing, is an example of where we're thinking about this now. And this isn't something that we're going to wait for 5 years to figure out. Like, you can go and see the code now of, here's an example of MCP UI in Angular. Now, it's only an experiment because we will still have to make sure for optimization, one of the things that we tell you all, and you know for one why you choose Angular, is for scalability, right? Scalability is really important. So what does the scalability story look like for that? But I think that's still unknown, which is why I'm not committing saying, oh, go download this repository. Just telling you that we're thinking about it and experimenting with that exact thing. Yeah, great question.
And for the first part of the question, if I understood correctly, it was about dropping APIs that were using RxJS or RxJS more globally. So the global idea that we had when it was announced already 1 year, 18 months ago, that ideally we would want to remove RxJS as a strong dependency of Angular. This is a two-step story. The problem with the RxJS is that we know its learning curve is kind of steep. So ideally, we would want to remove it from the minimal learning path to learn Angular. That being said, we love RxJS also. So we want to make it a first-class citizen. And you can see this already today with what we call the RxJS interop. For example, to signal, to observable, we have take until destroy, things like this. So we want to make it explicit which APIs are for compatibility with RxJS. So yes, we want to make it optional in a more or less distant future. So what we do today is the new API we design, we make it quite explicit. We do not use RxJS by default, but provide the right interop for you to use it with all the patterns that you already love and are performant with. So no, we won't drop it at all, totally, I mean, but we will make it easier for newcomers to learn it. And as I already said yesterday, by default, you will probably prefer to use signals and use observables wherever you think it is a better fit.
Thank you.
Great question.
Hi, Alex here. I couldn't quite decide for one question specifically, but I would like you to choose what you want to answer, rather. So is there anything within Angular, like any APIs or packages, CDKs or whatever, that you think is underrated and more people should know about? And the second question would be, if you could wish for something that would land in terms of forms that is not yet here or that is not coming with Signal forms, what would that be? Thank you.
So let me only answer the first one. I think two of the most, and so if they ask me for my magic moment of the conference, it's that what I call the underrated features, which I don't see enough press about, don't see enough like blog posts about, etc. They were all mentioned here in the conference by others, not by us. So I think Web Code Gen Score is one. I've seen it yesterday on the AI stage. It's something more people should try out and see. If you use AI-assisted development, you can use this to improve your own workflow. If you write a library, you can probably use it even more. We'd like other framework authors to use it. But so we need people to talk about it. And so like, I'm really happy that some people talk about it. Please talk about it more. And the other one is Angular Aria. I was really happy to hear about that one today. I think it's severely underrated. Obviously, it's not even yet out. So I'm not too surprised, but I really want that team to have a big push. Like when it comes out, I want everyone to talk about it because it's something that's not so amazing and easy, like, hey, I need this in my app tomorrow, but it's something more fundamental.
Yeah, I want to add, we will have a set of components in Angular Area, I think 9 components and directives, and we plan to have more in the short future. Yeah. And can you repeat the first question?
The second question is anything that's not in Signal forms yet.
Anything that's not... A lot of things. If you remember in the slides, typically we want to have, so it already landed on Wednesday, the better type safety. We want async validators. Of course, we need some documentations. What is performance improvements, the optimizations that we want to land on the signals themselves. What else? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen still. I need to publish my slides still. There's just the slides, what's work in progress.
Directive Composition AI, API. I feel like that is the most underrated feature that we worked really hard on, and it is just so underrated. I think it's incredibly powerful, so I would say that. With Signal Forms, I think I'm just ready for it to come out in general and for people to be able to use it and to get feedback.
Thank you, Michael. Hi. Once again, coming back to AI, I would be interested in I would say, more generic answer, high-level answer. You already addressed some topics, areas where all the brilliant minds of the Angular team and the company that funds you with Google, who is quite into that, we already tackled the area of assistance for coding with all the best practices, rule files and so on. We tackled the part of dynamic UIs that use LLMs to give the user a better runtime user experience, finding stuff and so on, like Devin showed us, for example. Maybe we can think of AI integration in the CI/CD process. Is there another area? You mentioned even the UI, the MCP-powered UI, right? Is there another area on the high level where you would say that's an additional category where we are investigating, where we are thinking of providing support for Angular?
So what would the other area be? So I can tell you for me, I am really interested in people using AI as an API more to do those delightful experiences that, like Jens mentioned. Like, I don't see enough of that at all in the wild. I think that AI is such a transformative or transformational technology, and the best thing that we can generate is code and images. I find it to be so fascinating. Like, that's all we've been thinking about is code and images, when the potential for what we can build with AI and have AI do to serve humanity is really there. So I want to see more of that from the Angular side. I want to see the Angular community use it to where they're making API calls to do something really beautiful, do something really good to serve people. And I think that's a really interesting space. There's a lot of opportunity through CodeGen, sorry, not CodeGen, the GenKit, I couldn't think of the word, so many labels. Through GenKit, through Firebase AI Logic, through AI SDK, I don't care what you use, just build something great. Like, that's what I want to see more of. Just build more great things that are powered by AI and go beyond just generating funny images. Those are great. Baby talking videos are great, but what could we really be doing? That's what I'm really interested in.
Thank you.
So I have one more thing, which I think will be a massive topic, which is AI security. And I think there is also a lot of work ahead of us as a framework, and we probably don't even know what kind of work. So as we all use AI more, AI security is like at the forefront. And luckily we have like super great teams in Google working on AI security. So I'm sure like once we tackle this problem, we can reach out to this team and we can like learn from them and we can integrate some of the best findings in Angular. So that's one thing. The other thing is literally, I don't know, because like think back at January, like how many things you couldn't do this beginning of the year. And like even code generation wasn't that great, to be honest, in January. And like, so I don't know what we can do in 6, 7, 8 months.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's a good one as a cross-cutting concept for all the AI-powered areas, right? Security. Yeah.
And also more generally into AI, I want to say that there are some areas that we need to explore, like how do we build dynamic AI, dynamic UIs based on things that we would get from AI agents, like in terms of you builders of application. And that's one of the questions we ask in the latest AI IFC that we open, is that what use case do you want to address? What are the use cases you have for in your application for AI, and how can we help you build dynamic UIs depending on what AI could give you as an answer?
Thanks a lot to all of you.
Any other questions?
All right, the short one. When we can expect signal integration for Angular Router?
You already know the answer. We do not commit. And the answer, we would love it too, of course. But it is something we are already somehow exploring, but the fact that we cannot commit on dates because we release on fixed dates, this is the only answer we can honestly give. And you will see when you see some PRs around this. But definitely, we would love more signals in the router. So saying, we want this.
Hi, thank you for that discussion so far. So out of curiosity, you probably have use cases for Angular in mind that most of us don't usually come across, but that still shape your idea of what like features Angular should support. Can you share a little bit about the unusual use cases for Angular that will shape the future of it as well?
Sure, the unusual use cases that shape Angular, and this is really interesting just because of where we work. So Google Cloud Platform is one of the largest Angular apps in the world. And what they need to deliver and perform at their scale is incredible. Like some of these use cases, we're like, we didn't even think about that. It wasn't something that we were focused on. And they're like, well, can we have this because we need it for this very specific reason? And so those things have to be taken seriously. And we have to think about, okay, well then how can we fit it for their use cases, but also make it good for you as well? So that's one of the unusual use cases. It's just some of the demands of what happens with some of the internal applications that are very large that need different features, right? And I can't say what they are publicly, of course, but that definitely has something to do with it.
I would give a broad answer. Have you ever looked at the DOM when you go on random websites? If you look at the DOM, there is ng version attribute on every Angular app. And I like, because I'm curious, to see whenever I go to a website, hey, what's the technology behind it? Yeah, I'm a weird guy, I know. And I discovered a lot of airlines, for example, use Angular a lot. Also learned yesterday that a lot of German brands that have Angular in the dashboard, in the cars. So I was surprised that it's not only used on the web, but actually also in some embedded devices, which is I thought it was surprising.
Yeah, I thought of the same thing, that there's different user interfaces that go beyond the traditional web. And I think even of something like Gemini CLI, which is ASCII, and maybe that could use some kind of DOM as well. And yeah, it's like all of these things need frameworks as well. And there's different UIs. We don't think about cars as a good one. Who knows what kind of AI devices they come up with? Like if they have any UI, maybe he'll have Angular running in his glasses. Who knows? But like, yeah, different form factors, maybe.
Another question?
Hi, it's me again. I also asked a question yesterday. My name's Dewey. Hey. This question is, it stems from Signal. I understood that Signal was built so that it's easier for people to get into Angular. But with the advent of AI and how it helps us learn and it breaks things down for us, how do you think that changes your decision in the future? Like, would it, you know, because AI helps you understand by, you can just give it the code, you ask it a simple question, it gives you answer in human language. So how does that impact, do you think, the decision to make things easier to understand? Because the tool is so much better now.
I'm going to answer your question with a question that I asked to the engineering team. If all things are equal, why would you choose Angular? And that is a very hard question to kind of say because, like you said, and Michael, he also alluded to this, you know, like the way AI will eventually generate applications and do all these things, you know, how much will we need to know, right? And we don't know the answer to that. Nobody knows the answer to that. But if all things are equal, if I can build by just asking, and I can build an entire application by just asking, why would you want the thing to be built to use Angular? So the reason I'm bringing this question up is because that is how we're deciding what we choose, the directions we go, because that's one of the factors, not the only factor, but that's one of the factors. I want the answer to be, I want Angular because it is secure, it is scalable by default, right? Secure and scalable. If I don't care about, and performant, of course, right? Those three pillars I think are really interesting to me as an answer to that question. Because there are things that we've built that are not available in other frameworks that will lead to better performance. Think about incremental hydration. I want models to leverage things like incremental hydration in their generated app. But is that available everywhere? No. So if all things are equal, meaning we can build any type of application by just asking or prompting, why choose Angular? And so those are the types of things that we still have to decide about as a team. We have to figure out how do we make sure that the answer is compelling. It is not an easy question. It's actually a quite challenging question to think about for the future.
Yeah, I have another thing I want to say. So you asked kind of about like how Signals was perceived as a more ergonomic API. How do we see this now when LLMs play a big role? And actually, that's also a good thing because we still think there's a future for ergonomic APIs. Humans will use them and LLMs will use them. And interestingly enough, I talked about user studies this morning, but what we figured out is we can kind of shorten the cycle. We probably still need to do user studies, but when we design a new API now and we have like 2 or 3 alternatives, we can ask an LLM to behave like a web developer and try to work with these new APIs. And they give us similar insights than users give in the user study. Like, okay, they struggle maybe with different things. Like, okay, LLMs don't care about boilerplate, while the users care a lot about boilerplate, but we know that. But other things like, is an add better here or is a hash better here? Surprisingly, you get similar answers. And they can kind of explain it. So we can shorten the cycle, get some better insights before we start the user study and make even more ergonomic APIs that way.
Quick addition, sorry. Also, if we make it, we create easier pattern for developers, it will be also easier for LLMs. Basically, LLMs will tend to behave as you, to think a bit as you, to generate the same kind of code that you would write. So if we make it easier, like with the signals. It would be easier to read, but also for the LM to generate, etc. So it's just better for everyone in this case.
Another question.
Don't be too shy.
I was personally quite interested to hear about Angular ARIA, but it seems to be a bit of a mystery of there's a PR that you can look at and you can kind of see the directives and components that are coming with that. But I was kind of hoping that you could comment on maybe when we can expect some more documentation on how to actually use the library.
Oh yeah, documentation is currently in progress. And to give a bit more context, what exactly Angular ARIA is and what's its situation between the CDK and Angular material. So you could say that Angular CDK is just basic building bricks to build components or to build some behaviors. Like imagine on the CDK you have the directives that would allow you to have to implement easily drag and drop. Then you would have in the ARIA, you would have some more advanced component with behaviors and also accessibility in mind. Like imagine an autocomplete. You want to have to start your own autocomplete. You won't have to implement all the behaviors this Angular ARIA will provide it to you, and you just add the colors, let's say. And if you don't want to style or you want to use Angular material out of the box, when I say material, but the material style out of the box, you can reach directly to Angular material and you have something that is styled that works out of the box, and that's easier for you. So ARIA probably fits perfectly into all the companies, all the projects that want to build their own language system, design system, I mean, and without having to tweak too much the style of Angular material.
Yeah, and I want to stress again that yes, you will have documentation by Stable, and as I said during the RC period, it's like one of the things we're like, okay, documentation needs to be there, but I think documentation will not be enough. There's so many things we imagine, like having showcases, galleries, etc. Will probably not make it for the November release. But it's all things we're thinking about, because that will really showcase what Angular ARIA can do.
And also, I know that a lot of people look for topics to blog about. That's a great one.
Do we have another question? Yes.
Hi. I know no timelines, no promises, but could you maybe share some of the current state about the selectorless feature?
Good question.
Only if you can. So.
I can. Yeah, I can share about this. Well, because I've had this conversation. Here's the higher level idea. We did start exploring this, and we will continue to explore it, but it turns out to be also just a non-trivial change. It sounds like a trivial change, and for those who don't know what selectorless is, it's the idea that you would only have to import the component class, and then you'd be able to use that component class in your template, versus having to define a selector, and then, there's a little bit of indirection that you have to do, another cognitive leap you have to make. So how does the class relate to the selector? How are those things, all these problems, right? So this idea is that we do something more similar to React, where you import the class once, and then you can use it in the template. This is just a non-trivial change. It's just non-trivial. We thought it might be quicker, because we were really excited about it when we were talking about it. Even last year, we were talking with maybe more confidence than we should have. Yeah, because we thought it was easier to do than it was, and we got into it and oh wait, now we have to reapproach it. And then we have to also compare that to what are the really important things that have to happen to make you all successful. Does that rank in the same level of other things that we could ship that to make you successful, you productive, and make you happy at work? And so those are all the parts of the equation.
Also to give some technical insights, selectorless, when you understand what it is, you say, okay, that looks an easy change, etc. And then when you start designing things, it's like, okay, selectorless, it's a bit, let's say that's inspiration from what we see in GSX. And GSX, for example, when you do React, Preact, Solid, or whatever, you don't have what we call the host component. The host component is the element you see in the DOM that's represented today by your selector. And when you work on selector list, you're like, yeah, does it also pull the topic of host list? And the answer is yes, maybe. And this is part of the investigation that we still need to do. And because the impact is way larger than we initially thought, this is why we need a little more time to see where we're going with this.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good answer. And it kind of fits in where I said when complexity of a problem goes up and the time it takes to make it goes up, the stack rank kind of goes down, even if it's the same importance. And while we would still, actually our stack rank is only by priority, but we still have like a kind of size and how long it would take to implement. But then we grab things that are easy to implement, and we can only grab one big thing, for example, and not work on, if we only worked on yellow projects, it's like we wouldn't have to have a release in 6 months.
Do we have another question? Yes.
Yeah, hi. I just want to say I quite enjoy the pace in which Angular is moving forward, but I do have a lead architect coming from a native JavaScript background, and he's a bit concerned, to kind of put it like that. Especially with when Angular moves forward, for example, adopting standalone. He is concerned that at some point there will come the time when Angular is dropping the ng module support, for example, like there are several things like that, which makes him a bit uneasy about all the use of Angular. Luckily, it was a decision made way before he joined, so we are kind of stuck with it in a good way. But yeah, as there are a lot of features every 6 months, what is your approach to ensure that we all don't have to refactor the application every 6 months?
I'm not sure you need to refactor your application every 6 months. So basically, most of the API we introduce are what we would consider a Belzer alternative, but we did not deprecate, for example, the decorator inputs, outputs, the view query, things like this. We're just bringing you new APIs that we think you prefer. So you don't have to refactor. And also there is a falsehood that often circulates, is that we only ship features every 6 months. No, we ship features every minor release, but we ship breaking changes every major release. So we follow very closely the same version, but we only ship the breaking changes. So what's only important that you will need to take care of is the breaking changes that we ship every 6 months.
But to be clear, though, about the breaking changes, we actually make all of our really significant changes opt-in. So when we released ng modules, when we released standalone, ng modules, like, it were optional, but you never had to switch to standalone, right? Like, it didn't stop you from enjoying other features. So this is our greatest gift and our greatest burden in some ways, is that we're always thinking about our backwards compatibility story and bringing everybody forward with us.
Yeah, and there's another reason which we talked about in small, but we didn't bring so much up. So for example, control flow, we did deprecate the old one now, because our migration story is so good, and it works very well. And why do we know this? Because anytime we do a deprecation, we also have to do that deprecation within the Google code base. And we have 4,000 Angular apps in the Google code base, and when we deprecate, actually our team has to do that. So unless we have an automatic migration that works well, we have to manually do that work, and it must be worth it for us. If it's worth it for us, it's probably worth it for you as well, if we have to do it manually. So that will happen very seldomly. So ng models will only go once we go through the work of ripping out ng modules in Google.
Which is the kind of thing that today our stance is like probably won't happen, because we know that it's the same way for Zone.js. Yes, in v21, zoneless is the default, but we know that realistically we will never get rid of Zone.js based apps, because they are almost everywhere, and we can't migrate, like he said, more than 4,000 apps inside Google. So realistically, we will support things that already are here, but if we can provide you something to help you migrate and help us migrate, yeah, you can be sure we will ship it.
Do we have another last question?
Yeah, Mike, why are you so handsome?
If there's no more question, I think if I may summarize the general sentiment, we, the community, we have a lot of questions. The Angular team has a lot of questions. We live in times of many unknowns. And in times like these, communication is key. So use the opportunity to take part in the survey, write or make comments on YouTube. Don't forget to compliment Mark. Communication, communication, communication. Because I think this general sentiment will stay with us. Technology is just accelerating. And I think in this kind of general context, go to meetups, talk to people, share knowledge, and this is what we're doing here. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the Angular team. Extra round of applause for the Angular team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mathieu. Thank you, Jens. Hola.
Wow, what a ride. 2 wonderful days. Did everyone meet new friends? Did everyone meet new friends? Ah, love it. Who will come back next year? I love that. What was your most favorite part?
No, I have a question. I saw, why are you not coming back? No.
What was your most favorite moment?
I had so many great conversations. I had the opportunity to talk to so many of you, and it was a bit exhausting, but it was such a thankful role that I played there. Talking to you, sharing anecdotes, and I really, really enjoyed my time.
Yeah, fully agreed.
And for you?
Also, the conversations were amazing. I loved the talks. Some of them were just so entertaining. Even though you were like really tired, you realized like, oh my God, yes, this is fun, and just came back. Some were so informative. I learned so much. And yeah, just the feeling of all of you. So thank you so much for being here. You actually made this conference really, really special. Thank you.
But this is not the end. This is not the end. We have Robin now.
Yeah, I will say a few more words. So, pardon me? Obviously. So, that was NGDE 2025. And I welcome you again very, very much in our NGDE family. And so, as you maybe saw, we have, for all our speakers, we have like little awards. And there was like 2 people who like really had a great guidance throughout the conference. So for today, I want definitely thank our awesome MCs, Ola and Lulasim. So a big, big, big applause for guiding us to Entry 2024. You did an awesome job. Thank you very much. I was really, really appreciate it. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your energy. I really loved it. So everybody loved it. So also, we have a few applauses now. Also, thanks to all our awesome speakers with all this content. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For the next year, we will have again a call for paper and we will have a blind voting. So it's a process where everybody can have a chance to speak on stage. So also if you're like a first timer, if you think about, I have some knowledge I want to share, please write a proposal. We have like a first-timer program where we like help you if you want. So be invited to share your knowledge whenever you like. Also, a big thanks again for our sponsors to make it happen, to have like an awesome location here. Thank you very much. So, I hope you and the sponsors had a good time, you had a good talking. If you're considering sponsoring NGDE the next years, please reach out to us. So, it's a big family, and connections you make in a family, like they stay, and also many of the companies sponsoring here, growing the team through NGDE. So, feel free to reach out for us if you want to sponsor. Also, if you find the conference just cool and just want to sponsor us, it's also fine. So, thanks again. We had it in a lunchtime. Thanks again for all these people who are in the background, who helped everything, like they're staying here, right, most of them. Thank this awesome team for making it possible to have such an amazing conference. Thank you. That's super smooth. And to come to an end, thank you for being part of NGDE. Thank you for being part of Angular family. And you made this NGDE 2025 again very special. Thanks to all of you. Thank you very much. So, this was NGDE 2025. As you know, we care about sustainability. The last thing you do, maybe the two last things you have to do today. So we have a feedback form where you can write feedback, and you have your lanyards, that is our little black or red things around your neck. They're like boxes on the exit. You can put them in, so we can reuse it next year. It's all like disinfected every time, so you can put it there so we can reuse it for our environment. Thank you very much. Safe travels, and see you hopefully next year for NGDE 2026. Thank you.